its programs are coming under the AICT. We do have a campus in Mumbai at BKC, Inox, which are running the programs for, say, executives, for working people at, say, short term and evening or, say, weekend programs. We do have a, say, our HO, means technically, say, located at our Bombay office in Tardev. Now, this is a brief, say, I don't want to go for more about the, say, NICMAR one. When we talk about this HR summit, even though it is called as the second in editions, we have done the first in Pune. Now we are doing second here one. Before that, even though we were doing this, say, HR, say, collaborations, meetings, get together one. Before that, it used to be called as the industrial conclave. And even if I go back about 15, 20 years back, we used to call this as a HRD roundtables. Now, these interactions between the industry and the academic is a must, is a mandatory, or is required as far as the academic, say, growth, development is concerned. If we talk about this NEP 2020, NEP means National Education Policies. Again, it is made there, yes, such kind of arrangement should be there. Such kind of a give and take should be there. Whatever this students goes to the industries, constructions, projects, they should know what is happening, what is new, what is the innovations, what is the technology coming in the markets, and then that should be adopted one. And for that intention purpose, in NEP also, or like, say, NICMAR is doing for a longer time, this meets, say, between the all industries and say, NICMAR as academics ones. So that whatever inputs we get it, we can build it in our curricula and make that, say, not say, today's, say, ready one, future ready, say, students can go for that ones. And it's required as far as the academics are concerned. We are not that, say, institute or university, or you can say college, where we are providing the, like, a MBA or maybe engineering, which goes mostly like a bookish knowledge. We want our students should be those who are practicing on the sites. If it is observed on your project ones, they should start working from day one. Means that is the, say, intention the NICMAR is founded. NICMAR is, say, started one. And based on the, all these industry leaders which are on our boards, and maybe BOT or maybe BOG members, and then this is, say, taken forward one. When we say this, say, interactions between the, say, all this industries one, now you are representing as a, say, HRs from the industry one. Now, whatever you expect competencies should be with the, as a graduate or as a, say, your, say, employees ones, how they should be. As academicians, say, I feel that anyone as an employee, he should have three things as a competency ones. One is called the technical knowledge, and without that, say, whether it's a construction or civil or maybe, say, other one, then he should know what he is doing, how he is doing, and what is the, say, recent and new methods which are coming in the market one. And second, say, we say as, say, managerial skills, management. Otherwise, if you pick up the students from the engineering college, they have the technical knowledge, but missing the management, say, aspects. And if you pick up the, say, students from the management institutes, then they have the management skills, but missing the technical knowledge one. Then this component, as a, say, complete, say, employee, should be having that. Then along with this, we want means in the students, the third component also should be there, because his, say, aptitudes or attitudes or behavioral things should be with that ones. Even though he is having the technical and management knowledge, but he is not a good, say, team maker, then again, he is a mismatch on the sides ones. Then this three component should be there as far as a candidate is concerned. Then NICMAR has done this. NICMAR has built this skills in our students ones. That's why in NEP we call as a holistic development of a, say, any candidate one. Say that we are doing it from day one. Apart from this, say, when any company is coming, now what's happening new? Can any company want their projects should be faster? Company want their projects should be quality, say, conscious ones. They should be risk-free, doing the, say, project with a safety one. And definitely it should be efficient and, say, going for more, say, productivity one. Then again, what is the meaning of productivity? How it should be measured? What is the meaning of safety? How it should be measured one? Now, these are the aspects which we build in our students ones. But sadder than this, even though NICMAR is, say, more than 4 decades, say, old one, but still lot of things which are coming in the market, where the things are changing. We are talking about the AI. We are talking about the chat GPT. And now, if you go for the construction, we are talking about the drones. And we are talking about this 3D concrete printers. We are talking about the AR, VR. Then how this will be applicable? Is it useful? Or is it, say, going something in the wrong directions? If I don't provide this AI and chat GPT skills with my students, say definitely even a drafting a letter, now people are not going for the old age, say traditional methods. There should be your captions, say subject matter, reference matter, and then the thank you, say should be there. Immediately they put some words in the chat GPT, and chat GPT prepared the even, say your letter one. Then you can read it, do the additions, and then it can be complete in the aspects which is required to be. Means, say time saving is done. Can we use these tools for the efforts saving? Can we use this for the productivity, say one? Say it should not be misused. Say you are using blindly that. And if you go for blindly use of, say, these tools and techniques ones, then sometimes this creates a blunders. And some words, some meaning is such that what you want to intend to write to that, say, fellow, it may go completely wrong. Then can we sensitize our students on these issues? What's the use of this? What is the benefit? What is the, say, cons? And as a HR, say, what you expect as a, say, academic institute, it should be built in our students one. What should be the content should be there? What should not be there, which is become too old in the industry one? Then it should be removed one. It should not happen we keep repeating or harping on the same thing. Yes, you go for this one. For example, now here we have the all people, say even the HR one from the construction. If I ask my students what is the grade of a cement, then they start with the cement 33, 43, 53. But in my life, I have not seen the, say, grade 33. But it's written in the book. But should we say, yes, say they should be knowing about this, say, grade which is not existing in the market one, which is outdated, which is deleted one, then it should be taken it out from the books also. Say, we should know what should be added and what should be removed one. Now, this is the platform. As academicians, as an institute one, we want this support, we want this inputs, we want your suggestions, which should, say, come in our curricula. We should go in the skill building, we should be technology building, we should be the attitude or manners building of a candidate ones. And if this interaction is not happening, then definitely students coming to you, your projects ones, you'll find that, say, you need to provide lot of training, lot of orientations, and then only he will be made useful for you. But say we don't want that. We want our student should be ready. Even a single day should not be wasted in a training one. Even he can provide some guidance to your other people or to your management or maybe to your, say, yes, this can be done, this can be implemented, this is the alternative technology, this is the alternative methods or methods which are available in the market, which can be more productive, which can be more safer, or which can be more faster one or durable one. Means that is the things which our students should pass on to you one. Now, we want at the end of, say, today's one, this should be the inputs we should get from this panel discussions, and definitely this interaction should be fruitful for both sides, industry as well as the academic one. With this, say, best wishes to all the panels one, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address. It is with immense pleasure we introduce our chief guest, Mr. Amit Uplenchwar, Director, Kalpataru Projects International Limited, to all of you. Mr. Amit Uplenchwar, a distinguished business leader with extensive executive experience across the EPC and infrastructure sectors. Having held prominent top-tier roles, including pivotal leadership positions at Kalpataru Projects International Limited and Hindustan Construction Company Limited, he brings profound expertise in driving large-scale operational excellence and organizational transformation. His visionary approach to managing complex global projects is matched by a deep commitment to building agile, high-performing teams. For HR professionals navigating the challenges of scaling operations and strategic workforce alignment, his leadership insights are absolutely essential. Sir, we invite you to deliver the inaugural speech.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much for having me here, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Janardhan, friends on the dais, many familiar faces sitting here today in the audience and speaking later during the day. You know, for me, when I heard about HR 5.0 and 5.0, 2.0, this is becoming the new lingo. I can take the, excuse of not being an HR leader like all of you are from the HR function, so you can, I can get away with saying things which are not HR parlance, right? I think one of the things that we can look at is at the end of the session, ask yourself a question that should we be still calling this very critical function as human resources as we launch 5.0, right? I don't know how many of you are aware, but in many parts of the Western world which are evolved, they have done away with this word called human resources because it's considered derogatory, right? Because they think people are not resources, they're not commodities. So who are we to manage them? Who are we to, they're not cattle, right? So, and these are words. I wouldn't name the companies, but this is what some of the people have done, and they've done away with this department called human resources, and they name it differently depending on which industry they're in, right? So 1800 was the first time when any form of formal, informal HR department that was coined back, when industrialization started, and it was primarily to control the malpractices that had started happening in a very small workshop or a very small foundry which was doing, making railroads, etc. And people were getting beaten. There were kids that were as young as 6, 7 years old that were working there. There were no laws, there was nothing. And there was a person who was nominated to look after the well-being of these people because, there was atrocities being committed. That was 1800, right? In 1900, it was sort of formally called the HR department. And in 5.0, we are still calling it HR. Right? We've reached the world of AI, 30 plus years in this industry. I called my CTO last year and I said, आप मुझे बता सकते हैं क्या होता है ये AI? Because मैं TV पे जाता हूँ, लोग मुझसे इंटरव्यू में पूछते हैं कि आप AI में क्या कर रहे हो? I said, मुझे तो पता भी नहीं है AI है क्या, right? Because 1995, 96, we graduated, and after that, it's just a different world out there, right? So I think a first thought is none of the functions have remained domain specific, right? They're all fungible. What do I mean by that? You take an empty layout of this room, just a box, and you put it on AI, and you say contemporary, modern, gothic, antique, and it'll give you 50 options of how this room should look like within minutes. It'll give you a bill of materials for those who understand what a BOM is. They'll give you a bill of materials. They'll tell you suppliers, vendors, where you can get those materials. They'll tell you architects, designers. That's it, right? Within 30 minutes, this whole room will give you 50 options. You don't need an architect or an interior design anymore to do that. The same is in HR, right? I don't know the HR parlance, right? But today if I go to ChatGPT and I say, please tell me what is LNOD, what is this, what is that, within 5 minutes, something that you spent your entire life learning about will be done in 5 minutes, right? It's the same for engineers who, I'm an engineer, but way before I did my MBA in finance, I can read a balance sheet today, which probably, we weren't supposed to know how to read a balance sheet 20 years ago if I was an engineer. And that's happening in every function, right? So how do we transform people in order to deliver the best that they have as a capability or a competence is what I think your theme should be for 5.0, right? Because you cannot shy away from the fact that AI or now Gen AI and then enterprise AI and agentic AI, everything keeps building on each other, is going to happen. Top IT companies in India are all down 40-50% in the market cap in the last 2-3 years because everybody's trying to figure out what do you do with hundreds and thousands of people that we recruit every year. Whilst many sectors have gone really high up the value chain in technology, unfortunately, infrastructure is the least mechanized, least tech infused industry so far, right? And I think all of you have a massive role to play as to how we transform this industry which is lagging when it comes to technology as an adoption in the way to increase productivity, in the way to deal with shortages in skills. And that is going to be paramount in the next 5 to 10 years if we have to get anywhere near what we are talking about India being in the next 15, 20, 30 years, right? You had earlier a factory. Today we have, at Kalpataru, we have 55 nationalities, if not more. Prithvi can correct me. I think last count I saw was 55 people in 75 countries, right? As a team or a group of people that is driving a function in my organization, I do not like to call it human resources, and they all know that. Today you have to know laws in 50 countries, 55 countries for what are their labor laws, HR laws, pension laws. Your realm of function is expanding, right? Today, as an industry, and Mr. Banerjee is here today, I think we all share statistics across the industry. 18 to 20% is the minimum attrition rate, right? Daniel is there as well. 20%. Across industry, you will find the attrition happening. You cannot have 1 in 5 person every year moving, another guy being replaced, or the person taking over the position. It's time consuming, it costs money, and you may or may not have cultural alignment at the end of it all, and then you change again, right? How do you stop that? We've tried everything. We have this HR meet, and my CHRO goes there as well, and all of them meet quite regularly, right? You've tried compensation, didn't work, right? You've tried better work culture, weekend off, this, that, it's still 18%. So what is the problem? Where are we going wrong, right? And I think it's the expectation mismatch between how organizations are managing people and their expectations as regards, what is the reality in the marketplace. We were talking about a hydro project, I think you were mentioning that. People do not want to go in the middle of nowhere in a jungle when I can, be in Mumbai city and have Zomato and Swiggy order everything for me in 10 minutes. Why should I go and work in the middle of nowhere? But who's going to build the infrastructure, right? I think, and that's where NICMAR plays a very important role as well. It's not just people who are managing the skills in an organization. NICMAR has to transform far greater in terms of the curriculum, in terms of the training that they offer to their students, so that their expectations are managed for the real world, right? You spoke, Dr. Agarwal, about how, your courses have to be in line with today, right? And I think we still have a long way to go in terms of, so whilst we are using drones, we are using robots, we are using X, Y, Z, I think we are still at the cusp of transformation. You have today, every project in India was built 20 years ago for fitness for purpose. If we wanted to make a bridge, we made it from point A to point B, right? Because we wanted to travel the distance. How it looked, aesthetics was not relevant because we didn't have enough money first to make a bridge. But now that we've reached a stage where a bridge does not have to just take you from A to B, it also has to look beautiful, right? It has to be a landmark. It has to create a statement. It has to reflect the cultural sensitivity of the geographical area where that bridge is being built, right? What does that mean? It means that there is no cookie cutter model for you. Every bridge is costed differently. The basis is different. The assumptions are different. The variables are 100x. Commodities, freight, Everything is changing. So the methodology in which we did, and I have been a big proponent of NICMAR. I've been, recruiting NICMARians from year 2000, and most of them are very distinguished people today after 30 years of being in the business world. But I think today there is greater need for departments in organization that manage skill to align with institutes like NICMAR that are making people ready to be a part of that ecosystem once they graduate from college, right? It has to be more real world problems, because if we don't get this 18-20% problem addressed, it's going to be a disaster in us achieving the goals that we want to, right? We have so much technology available today. How much of that application is what we are putting in our curriculum, right? And I think that's where there has to be greater emphasis and a far greater collaboration between the two functions, both academia as well as industry, and skills to be managed to probably have a better outcome. And that would be good few themes for you to come out at the end of the session or end of the day, and then everybody works towards it, because if you try to do 100 things, wo hota nahi hai, right? You take out 2-3 key themes and you say, yes, we're going to work towards that because the need is real. The problem statement is students from today, and I saw a few in the backdrop, think very differently, right? We have some 100,000 startups in the country. I don't know, the number keeps changing every time. I must have met some 400 startup founders in the last 10 years. They think very differently, right? They don't care about job security. We all grew up, naukri kar lo, ghar bana lo, kya hoga, naukri chhod doge to khana kaise aayega? They've evolved, right? Times have changed. Students today no longer think what will happen. Okay, fine, we'll find something else, right? Which is so great. And that's why they are self-empowered. Nobody needs to empower them. But we have to have those aspirations along with the right academia, which is practical, which is real, which is, interesting. Make infrastructure academia interesting. Today with robotics, with AI, there's so much we can do to make the courses more interactive, more applied, and hence being able to address the issues that we face, right? So today, I don't know how many of you know, do a social experiment, right? As a human resources department, ask across your ecosystem, how many of people know who owns Google, right? You'll be very surprised, while 101% people know what Google is, how many people actually know who owns Google? It's surprising, right? But you go and ask some of the prominent names in India in the industry and you say who owns these top groups, everybody will tell you who the owner of these groups is, right? And that's evolution. In the West, people do not bother to say who they are, right? Who they own. It's about what their enterprise does. And I think we have to climb that gap to make enterprises institutionalized in the way they deliver products and service, right? There are certain mining companies, and it's very interesting. They have mining trucks that are so computerized today that a person who runs those trucks is the top of the class in their computer science batch, right? Because that one truck, if it's not run properly, it has so much diagnostic and so much tech in it that it is no longer a truck wala who's driving those trucks. It's the, so skills are changing. Today, I was at the port of Rotterdam, and it's called the ghost terminal because there are no people. It is run 100% by robots and mechanization. The people who are operating those trucks sit 10 kilometers away in a control room. Their skill is who can operate the joystick better. So some of them are video game players. They are not even crane operators, right? So everywhere these skills are changing, right? So at the end of this 5.0, there is, in cars, when we buy cars, they say there is a facelift and a generation change, right? So you have every 4 or 5 years, the same car, they change the grille, they change the light, they call it a face change. And then they come out with a completely new looking car and I call it a gen change. So I would, hope that all of you interact and this 5.0 comes with a new tag so that the mindset changes and it's no longer a facelift, but a generation change in which everybody is thinking together, including the voice of the students, to come out with a a far more engaging solution, which is far interesting for an industry which has been lacking for a very long period of time. So thank you very much, and hope you guys have a very great session going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring words. It is my privilege to introduce the guest of honor, Dr. Jyotirmay Banerjee, the Chief Human Resources Officer at Hindustan Construction Company Limited, to all of you. As a distinguished HR leader navigating the highly complex and labor-intensive infrastructure sector, Dr. Banerjee brings extensive expertise in driving organizational design, talent strategy, and cultural transformation. At HCC, he plays a pivotal role in aligning human capital initiatives with overarching corporate goals, managing massive diverse workforces across large-scale projects, and fostering an environment of resilience and employee engagement. His blend of deep academic insight and practical strategic leadership makes his perspectives essential for understanding how to build robust, agile organizations in today's developing and talent landscape. Sir, we request you to kindly deliver your keynote address.
Good morning, all of you. Distinguished guests on the dais and my dear fellow colleagues. It's a privilege to be here and get on to this subject, which is extremely important. But as Mr. Uplenchwar has just now said, that while we debate, discuss, brainstorm on a lot of topics within these good conference rooms, it's also important that we see how it is getting implemented at site. Because frankly, we are at the lowest rung of the ladder. Now this may sound to be a bit harsh, but yes, we are. Unfortunately, our industry has not been able to keep pace with the changing environment for whatever reasons. And now when we stand here in the year 2026, what I personally see is there's a huge gap between what the talent which is required at project level and what we are having right now. And this is ultimately resulting in project delays, project overruns, what we call the high cost that we are incurring. Because these things are an outcome of the attrition and other things. So the important aspect is, how do we address this issue? There's no one-stop solution for all the problems that we see. But yes, one thing which we have to keep in mind is HR department, at least till such time we don't change the name, which I fully agree that yes, we need to, it's not human resource department, we have to recalibrate this. But there's a dire need of understanding the concept, and first of all, we should accept it, that HR is no longer a support function. It's a core function now, because it has a direct bearing on the profitability of the project. While we learn a lot about AI, use of drones, BIM, all these things, but how we have been able to, how much we have been able to take it to our project sites and implement it. It's extremely, extremely important. If I go back, if I look back, when I started my career in 1994 after BTech, when I reached site, initially people judge you. I was a trainee engineer. A lot of people, they said, ये जो college में engineering college में पढ़ के आए हो ना, site पे ये सब नहीं चलता है. I said, okay. But after spending now 32 years in this industry, what I find is your theoretical knowledge has to be there. Your fundamentals are extremely, extremely important. Somehow, there have been a lot of people who believed that a civil engineer and a foreman are more or less the same. That's a wrong concept. Our design principles, our fundamentals of engineering need to be extremely strong if we want to grow in the hierarchy. Now, whether somebody gets into a CFO role or CHRO role, all is immaterial. But at the end of 5-6 years spending at site, We are no longer even a mechanical engineer, a civil engineer, electrical engineer. We all are construction engineers. So that's extremely important that we understand the dynamics of the game, dynamics of the industry. And if we don't wake up now, we'll be lagging far, far behind. We also need to understand that our role as HR professional is not to just hire, transfer people, compliances. While these are extremely important, what is also important is to have a pulse of the finance, economics. Ultimately, why are we into business? The company should make money. Company should make money in the right way. We are investing so much on people. Is it translating into profitability? Is it translating into a business goal achievement? That's extremely important. It's not just that, okay, we hire somebody at a X CTC, okay, in the previous company he was getting Y, so we give a delta, because that's the way industry has been evolving, and for last 32 years what I have witnessed is, it's moving in the same direction. We need to change it. So now, competency is something which is extremely important, and that's where NICMAR has done an excellent job over the years, and now going forward also, they have a huge, huge responsibility. There are many institutions which have come up with construction management courses, but they are nowhere close to what NICMAR is producing. At the same time, we need to understand that this problem, what we are discussing here, is not limited only to engineers, managers, and above. Even at a workman level, we have huge shortage. And the industry have been struggling for it for ages now. Look at a crane operator. Where is the formal training setup? Will you leave an aircraft or a pilot's training without he undergoing a simulator training, and then you'll give an aircraft to him? Whereas in our case, we have a 300-ton crane, 250-ton crane, and somebody who have been a crane helper, he undergoes that unstructured training under a crane operator, and he gets onto the crane. Look at the risk element. So there are n number of challenges. While we may not be able to address all challenges at the moment, but I find that there could be a dual approach to it. One is, how do we train the workmen at site level? That's extremely important. Unfortunately, in our country, the people say that there is a huge unemployment problem. No. I believe it's not a problem of unemployment. It's a problem of unemployability. We always try to fit in a square peg in a round hole. ये काम का आदमी नहीं मिलता, चलो इसको ले जाके ये काम करा देते हैं. Look at the risk involved. So there has to be an effort which is not left out to only one company or two company. It could be NICMAR, it could be industry body, whoever it is, need to come to a common platform. Forget about poaching and all these things. This had been happening for ages, and it will continue to happen. Forget about it. But skill upgradation, skill building is extremely important. If you train 100 people, that's how I look at things. If you train 100 people, even if 50 of them remain with you in the company, that's also fine, because the other 50, they are going to elevate the industry standards. So my request to this fraternity is, please ensure that our project managers and down below, the N-1 level as we call, they need to be trained, they need to be tuned to understand that it's not just simply that you have 2 or 3 good planning engineers, 3-4 good quantity surveyors, few site engineers. No. What is their career path, their career aspirations? That need to be addressed. In one of our project managers conference, we were deliberating on how to retain people and all. And I had just one question. I asked them, let's be honest. Tomorrow, am I ready to send my son to one of the remote hydro projects? If so, then the issue is addressed in terms of the compensation, in terms of the work environment, in terms of culture. So how can I expect that a youngster, 30, 35 years of age, wherein he may be having a small kid, get onto a hydro project when he is getting an opportunity in a Delhi metro or a Mumbai metro project site? Because there's a family pressure for his kids' education. So we need to look at this entire problem in totality. These are bits and pieces of the problem. Now, how do we address it? As I said, there's no one fixed solution to all this problem. But one thing we understand, first of all, in order to address the disease, we need to look at the symptoms. What are the symptoms? Then we identify the disease, and then try to solve this problem. It's a grave problem, and if not solved, just by AI or BIM or drone, it's not going to address the issue. Technology needs to be used, like in a project site. Some months back, we had a landslide. Fortunately, there was no injury to anybody, but there was a landslide. Again, safety reports and all were taken. On a compliance criteria, everything looked fine. But then somebody needs to ask, is it something that we can do beyond? Is it something that we can put in sensors somewhere, that if there is a ground movement, it is tracked on a real-time basis, and we can have an alert? So things are changing. It's not just the business environment. Even if you look at the climatic shift, the way cloudbursts we had seen last year in many of the hilly areas, hydro projects, they are highly vulnerable. So we need to think all these problems in totality. HR cannot address all the issues, but HR can at least propose few solutions along with business leaders. And frankly, few of these things, they don't cost too much. It's not going to be a huge cost, but it's change of mindset, which is extremely important. And that change of mindset, if we are able to do, if we are able to convince the business leaders that whatever interventions we are trying to do, it is good for the organization, it's good for the industry as a whole. I think our job will be done very well if we are able to contribute this much to the industry. Today, civil engineering is not a preferred choice. Look at even the core engineering, civil, electrical, mechanical, which have been core of the industry, they are drifting towards IT. Now, thankfully, if IT goes down, they will again be compelled to come back. So not by choice, but by default. That should not be the issue. So it's extremely important that today, throughout the day, while we discuss, deliberate, debate upon what could be done, there also needs to be some sort of a formal, informal association, so that it should not happen that what we discuss today, then again after a year's time, we again meet over a nice lunch, and then it's no. Because I have seen this happening, unfortunately. Because then, and then another aspect of this is, because the nature of the industry is such that we are into competitive bidding. We HR people, if we meet other HR people, there are always apprehensions. Mere aadmi to nahi le jayega. The unfortunate part. But it's not that. We need to collaborate. It's not that why people should judge us only because we have been to certain forums that we are targeting people. So I'm honest about it. And so let's move a step beyond it. The way Indian companies are having their global footprints now, it's extremely important that India can actually become a powerhouse. The last thing that I would touch upon is, some of the NICMARians or people who have been in the industry, actually it's an excellent business case that you have your own setup, big, small, doesn't matter. Have your own setup of training, testing, and certification. Forget about anybody else certifying you. If the quality of product that you are generating through your institute, if that is good, I'm talking about the workman level. I'm not asking you to develop a competitor to NICMAR, no, not that. But if you have a setup, and from that setup in a year, if you are able to produce 5,000, 10,000 skilled workmen, be it barbenders, be it shuttering carpenters, be it good welders, that itself will be a big incentive to the industry. So think about it. There's a business case which is there, which could actually be a profit-making entity. And there's a huge need. So 10,000, 15,000 workmen, if you are able to give it to the industry, maybe on a chargeable basis, that could be an excellent revenue model. So that's it all about from my end. Thank you so much. I would enjoy the whole day in your company. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening speech.
As the HR Summit 2026 has been formally inaugurated by our distinguished guest, we invite Dr. Jonardhan Koner, the patron of HR Summit 2026, to propose a vote of thanks to our dignitaries on the dais and everyone gracing the occasion.
On behalf of organizing committee, I express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to chief guest of the inaugural session HR Summit 2026, Mr. Amit Uplenchar, Director, Kalpataru Projects International Limited, for his valuable insights and highlighting one burning topic, that is the retention, how to retain the existing manpower. Sir, last few years, where we met to the HR people, it may be Delhi, maybe Gurgaon, maybe Mumbai, this is the problem. So definitely our role as an academician to understand the problem which HR people are facing, and accordingly we can do something, inculcate in the student mind what will be their policy for the first 5 years of their working life. So thank you, sir, for highlighting this. This is very, very important. Everywhere we are hearing this part, those who are connected to the NICMAR. Then I also express my gratitude to the guest of honors of the inaugural session, Dr. Jyotirmoy Banerjee, CHRO, Hindustan Construction Company Limited, for gracing this event and sharing, sir, your inputs and practical wisdom. You are also very important points highlighted, the role of the NICMAR for in different angle, some of the certification part and other according to the need of the industry. NICMAR should prepare. NICMAR should prepare the future manpower, techno managers. Thank you, sir, for sharing or highlighting this. I extend my cordial thanks to Dr. Anil Agarwal, Vice Chancellor in charge, NICMAR University Pune, and Chief Patron of this program, for supporting and guidance and continuous encouragement for conducting this event. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again to all of you for coming here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we take a short break. We would like to inform you that panel discussion 1 will begin at 11:30 a.m. You all are requested to join us for the same.
faculties, staff, and students to the first panel discussion on building next generation talent pipelines for India's infrastructure growth.
For this discussion, we have distinguished panelists who will share with us their insights on this highly relevant topic. Our first panelist is Ms. Reena Vijayanand, Head of Talent Acquisition at Larsen & Toubro. Ma'am, I request you to kindly take your seat on the dais. Bringing nearly 3 decades of expertise in strategic hiring and organizational design, she is a driving force behind L&T's future-ready talent pipelines. Her impressive career includes pivotal leadership roles as CHRO at Adani Conics and Regional HR Head for Samsung India. Recognized as a visionary in the talent landscape as she champions sustainably driven cultures and leverages an AI-powered HR platform to drive performance excellence. Her proven ability to scale high-performing teams make her insights on aligning human capital with business priorities absolutely invaluable today.
Our next panelist is Mr. Prithviraj Ghosh, Senior Vice President of Human Resources at Kalpataru Projects International Limited. Sir, I request you to kindly step up to the dais and take your seat. As a dynamic HR leader in one of the largest specialized EPC companies, he is at the forefront of driving talent strategy and organizational excellence in the highly complex global infrastructure sector. With his deep expertise in aligning human capital initiatives with large-scale project execution, Mr. Ghosh has a proven track record of nurturing leadership and fostering high-performance cultures across diverse workforces. His strategic insights into workforce management, capability building, and scaling global operations makes his perspectives crucial for today's discussion on the future of HR.
Our next panelist is Mr. Ajay Pardesi, Chief Human Resources Officer at New Consolidated Construction Company Limited. Sir, I request you to kindly step up to the dais and take your seat. With a robust career spanning prominent infrastructure organizations, including nearly a decade of leadership at Capacite Infra Projects, he brings deep expertise in HR driving transformation within highly demanding sectors. At NCCL, he spearheads critical initiatives across industrial relations and large-scale workforce management to support ambitious nationwide project delivery goals. His profound understanding of site administration, statutory compliance, and workforce mobilization enable him to seamlessly bridge operational complexity with high-level human capital strategy. For professionals navigating the EPC and construction industries, his insights into building resilient, compliant, and future-ready workforces are absolutely invaluable.
We also have with us Ms. Pooja Patil, the Head of Human Resources at BE Bilimoria & Co. Limited. Ma'am, I request you to kindly take your seat on the dais. With a robust background in driving talent, strategy, and organizational capability, she plays a critical role in supporting the company's complex, large-scale construction projects across the country. Operating in an industry where skilled workforce management, compliance, and operational safety are paramount, Ms. Patil excels at the aligning HR initiatives with rigorous business demands. Her expertise in talent acquisition, employee engagement, and building resilient high-performance cultures is essential for driving sustainable growth in the infrastructure sector. For professionals navigating the unique challenges of the construction and engineering landscape, her practical insights into strategic workforce planning are absolutely invaluable.
Last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Ravinder Rao, Head of Human Resources at Universal MEP Projects and Engineering Services Limited, a subsidiary of Voltas Limited, a Tata enterprise. Sir, I request you to kindly step up to the dais and take your seat. Mr. Ravinder Rao is a postgraduate in management with over 31 years of diverse experience in human resource across the manufacturing, IT, EPC, and infrastructure sectors. Having begun his professional journey in the manufacturing industry, he has gained extensive exposure across reputed organizations, including Motherson Sumi, with professional experience spanning cities such as Pune, Chennai, and Mumbai. Mr. Rao brings deep expertise in HR leadership, workforce management, and organizational development across diverse business environments.
This session will be moderated by Dr. Amit Hire, who is an Associate Professor and Head, Quality Assurance at NICMAR University, Pune. Dr. Hire holds a PhD from IIT Bombay, and his areas of expertise include business and project communication, communications management, and leadership. Besides teaching for various UG and PG programs, He has conducted a large number of management development programs for many renowned companies, especially from the Indian construction sector. We now request our session moderator, Dr. Amit Hire, to kindly take over.
Okay, a very good morning to all of you, and I welcome you all to the first panel discussion on the topic building next generation talent pipelines for India's infrastructure growth. Now this theme of the panel discussion 1 very much aligns with the major theme of this event, the HR Summit 2026, which is HR 5.0 for nation building, shaping next generation talent in the built environment ecosystem. So when we talk about HR 5.0, as our chief guest initially said, that the concept of HR is really evolving now, and the question is whether we should really use the phrase HR. For your information, the course that we had on human resource management is now called People and Organizations. But ironically, when we look at 5.0, HR 5.0 or HR 5.0, it very much aligns with industrial development, okay? And earlier when we had Industry 4.0, it primarily focused on AI, automation, right? Data analytics and technology. Now the focus in HR as well is shifting from, of course technology is there, this digital transformation is happening, but at the same time, the focus is shifting from technology or along with technology on humans, okay, on people. That is exactly the point. So this is a sort of oxymoron when we say HR 5.0, but 5.0 refers to using technology, supporting digital transformation along with keeping people at the center. Now this focus of this discussion is going to revolve around the infrastructure sector, growth of the infrastructure sector, right? When we talk about nation building, there are various aspects that contribute to nation building, but one of the major aspects is of course infrastructure development. And that's the reason why the government also has been supporting infrastructure development for a long time now. And recently the budget on the public capital expenditure has been increasing. I mean, last year it was 11.4 trillion rupees, and now it has been increased to a record 12.2 trillion rupees, So this shows that the expansion in the sector is going to be immense. There will be more projects, more infrastructure development, which is going to happen in the coming time in the country. The EPC sector already employs about 70 to 80 million people. Okay, that's what various reports say. And it is going to create 25 million more jobs in the coming time by 2030. So if that is the case, it's really important for us to understand what kind of talent, what kind of skill sets will be required for these future professionals. Of course, our guest of honor also mentioned that it's really important that we get skilled people because that is one of the shortages. Many reports are saying that the industry is not getting skilled people. So what is this next generation talent that you are talking about, which is the core phrase in the theme of this particular event? So that is what we are going to explore through this discussion. We'll try to understand what our industry leaders feel as what is their understanding, what is their concept of the next generation talent. How such talent can be nurtured by institutions like NICMAR, how industry can help in, how they can collaborate, and address the challenges being faced by the industry today. So to discuss this topic, we have highly accomplished industry professionals, HR leaders with us as our expert panelists, and we are going to explore this discussion with them. So thank you so much for being on the panel, and it is indeed an honor and pleasure for me to be here with all of you and facilitate this interaction. So my first question, as I just discussed, what do you think about next gen talent? I mean, what is your idea of it? I mean, how does the industry look at it? Is something that we would like to know. We'd like to begin with you, sir.
Sure. Good morning to all of you. First of all, thanks to the NICMAR University. It's a long association with them, not only in Pune, in Hyderabad, not only for the campus, even for the specific training program, certification on project management. So when with a longer association with them, and it's giving very good results for us. In fact, 2 functions we have created exclusively with these 2 students. So the project management function and the contracts management and legal. These two functions we have started in around 2021 now, Voltas, and the function head, rest of the team are coming from this university, and they're doing very well and adding value. So a lot of digitization happening in our these two functions, like creating a lot of dashboards of each and project. We have almost 200 plus projects across today India, 4 verticals, MEP, water, electrical and solar EPC. So almost 2,400 turnover, and tracking is a small project starting from 50 crores to almost 800 crores worth of value projects. It's impossible to manually manage. So the talent which we are taking, almost the last 2-3 years, digitization happening in very well in the PMO function. So that gives us a very progress report, red, yellow and green, which are the projects are doing as per the schedule, as per within the control of the budget, overruns, and how we have to mitigate. So that's a kind of a progress report which is given to us through this talent and progress report, which is helping to control and start taking the control, ensure that these are when taken catch-up plan created so that they're able to deliver as per the schedule. So this which is very important for any project industry. Second thing, the tie-up which we had NICMAR on creating the talent pool, which were anyway now we had fresh talent coming up, then how we can groom. So we have created second module on project management, which is a 6 days in-house classroom, which is Hyderabad NICMAR. This the content is created in discussion with the business leaders, what should be the providing, how we able to get the practical management. So they will given a project before. So ALPs are action learning projects are there, where we'll after learning they need to come and implement all the learnings from the NICMAR. So this kind of interventions are giving very good results. And it's not only that, getting the talent from market is difficult. For example, today the main focus is on data centers, district cooling, and fast-paced industrial projects. Example, TEPL, Agratas, all these are 6 months they are asking to complete and go, which earlier takes 2 to 3 years. So that kind of talent getting, by the time you sign a contract with them, they are asking next day come and start the work, which is impossible. We used to after signing the contract, by the time we create a design, it used to be 2 to 3 months cooling time was there, then we are HR able to create a talent and ready to deploy. That's not there. That luxury is not there today. They want day one, the works to be started from the after signing agreement. So how we can do it? The first one is how much we have internal talent we can mobilize immediately and deploy it. Second thing, where we have tie-ups of institutes. So we have a tie-up with 3 institutes. One is KIT Bhubaneswar, NICMAR anyway we have, and also the government polytechnic in Rajapalayam. So electrical design, civil design, and project management. These 3 are the key requirements for us. So we are grooming from these 3 institutes. So that's why we are getting talent and deploying it.
Okay, so a lot of effort you are making on upskilling and
Yes.
reskilling your people. Ma'am, what would you like to say?
First of all, good morning, everybody. And this is a very great initiative from NICMAR Institute to invite people from the industry to build that connect with the institute as well as the industry. So thanks to NICMAR University for that. So B. Villimoria and NICMAR actually go back a long way. We have been the founding members of NICMAR Institute per se. So we take a lot of internal initiatives to ensure that that connect is there. There was a gap in between, but now with this year onwards, we have restarted that connect. So internally, what we do is we obviously identify people and ensure that they are future ready in terms of the skills, in terms of the competencies that they bring on board. There are a lot of internal training programs that we do, but what is most important is movement from one profile or role to the other. For example, if somebody is hired for execution and he wishes to get into a planning or a contracts kind of a role, once he completes those specific number of years in the organization, we have that opportunity to move him internally, which aligns with his career goal. So that is one of the initiatives that we have at B. Villimoria. This year also we have hired some PGs from NICMAR, and they will also be rotated into different departments so that after completion of their 1 year of training, we kind of know exactly what are their career aspirations, what are their core skills, which we can utilize for our organization and be future ready. So those are the things that we
Yeah, so
kind
the
of
primary focus remains on career progression.
absolutely.
Right. So,
Good morning all. Thank you NICMAR to invite me here. So basically our industry is working maybe reactive on most of the cases. So once we, I think there are a lot of people from the same industry, so once we get the project, then we start the trying to mobilize the manpower and all. So what we have started prior to the bid, we can bench some of the people so that at the last moment we should not rush towards that. So we have started working advanced in terms of instead of reactive situation. Secondly, as ma'am rightly said, we also have recruited almost more than 39 PGTs and with us. I think recently we did that, and we initially clearly informed them that they will not only take care as in planning or a billing kind of a profiles. Initially at the construction sites, they should spend some enough time so that they can be understand what kind of planning, what kind of billing requirements are there. So basically, I think in NICMAR initiative, when we went to the interviews as well, we have clearly what we call inform them that we are not going to put you in specific departments, will not put you as a planning manager or a planning assistant or a billing manager or a billing assistant. We clearly told them that the initial 6 months to 1 year, you have to go to the site, you have to understand the practical work at site level, and then after a year or so, then we will maybe do a kind of a survey or maybe a evaluation from the respective project head and the department heads, and then we move them to a specific requirement cell. That's what I think NICMAR can also do it, because in most of the cases when we visit at the NICMAR or any other colleges, many students come up with saying that we wanted to go only with the planning or maybe with the billing or maybe with the contract. No one says that he has to work as a site engineer or execution engineer.
okay.
And that's where the focus must shift, and that's what we did to recruit that. Secondly, we initiated a lot of training programs at site level wherein on-job training is there. So something which is at site so that they can better understand what we are going to do it and how it should be done. So that's what we are initially thought of started, and because I also joined recently with NCCC, so there are a lot of things which we have initiated and we are doing it.
All right, so what we understand is that the approach is more reactive, right? Once you get those professionals employed in your organizations, then organizations have to make some efforts, for their skilling and development. But when we talk about, what the industry expects in terms of this next gen talent, what are some of the attributes, qualities, or the skills these people you expect? Because I think it's very important for academic institutions to understand the industry expectations, right? So that there is an alignment between what the industry expects and what the academia offers.
So good morning. My name is Prithviraj Ghosh. I am from Kalpataru, Projects International Limited, and it is always a privilege to share the. Hello. Yeah. It is always a privilege to share in the dais for NICMAR, in NICMAR, outside NICMAR, and my association with NICMAR goes back, say, almost 20 years to round up, from my previous organization also and the current organization, and that is basically my association is from the hiring of the talent, that is the campus. So if I consider, I will expand my the discussion point to a little bit from NICMAR to a general campus. So NICMAR, my association, when I started visiting, say 20 years back, the kind of talent, the kind of their knowledge base, and today, yes, there is a difference. The quantity was less, now the numbers are more. Apart from that, I have been visiting to various campuses, all the top NITs, Rourkela, Trichy, Warangal, and all those, plus all state government colleges for GT hiring. So the Gen Z, their requirement is a little bit. So, and from a industry perspective also nowadays, since now AI, data analytics, all those things are getting come. So probably we are looking more from a T-shaped professional, wherein they have an expertise on a particular field, either it could be civil and a core field, civil, mechanical or electrical, and along with that they should have an exposure in say BIM from a civil perspective, or all other AI tools. So it is not only restricted, which could be the case 10, 15 years back. Only we recruiter were focusing on their knowledge, the core knowledge. Now it is a T-shaped kind of a thing. Second, I recently attended a couple of discussion roundtable with some of the premier institutes, and there this concept of digital twin is very much discussed.
Yeah.
So how from Ajay, what he was saying, the reactive, it is more of a proactive, wherein probably in Indian market, in infrastructure, we must be in a very inception stage or an innovation stage. It is yet to be implemented, but it will give, you have a BIM model which creates the model, and then with the remote sensing or the data, you create a replica of the project.
Yeah.
Just like Google Map we use. We don't see the traffic. So it is, Google Map is like a digital traffic. We have in our hand the traffic, we visualize what is the traffic. So like that we visualize how the projects are happening, and then so that we can include the risk elements or all the other which are the uncertainties with this digital, and probably it is in the, not very much implemented, but that is a discussion point in now digital twin. Apart from that, what the industry also looks from a candidate is how agile they are in today's uncertainty, how adaptable they are. So post-pandemic in 2000, 2001, there was a word which came, na, VUCA. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity. So this pool, how they can react to such uncertainties.
Yeah.
You have global uncertainties which is happening. Earlier it was Ukraine, Russia, now it is this, oil prices, so freight, logistic, your global weather change, so design impact. So there are multiple aspects. So if I have to look from a recruiter or from a HR perspective, how we look at a candidate, the situation definitely which was say 5 years or 10 years back, it is completely different. So you are more looking from a candidate from a, and then one more important aspect, earlier it was mainly a technical evaluation during the process. But what is more important, because now this generation, how they can acclimatize with the culture of your organization. That is most important, the softer skills. So the ethical part or the communication in terms of verbal, it is not a spoken English, but how they able to communicate.
Right.
So all those things are taken into consideration, possibly when we are looking for a candidate.
Right. So what we understand from what you have said is that digital aptitude is important.
Yeah.
You know, what kind of digital transformation is taking place. So that understanding is important. And you also mentioned along with technical knowledge, technical skills, soft skills,
Yes.
ethics, understanding of ethics, you know, inclusivity,
Yes.
organizational
ESG is
culture
very much important.
are some of the very essential aspects. And you also spoke about uncertainty.
Yep.
You know, and the only certainty is uncertainty in today's
Yes,
world.
yes,
And
yes.
the sector is evolving so rapidly. When I talk about leadership in my sessions, I always tell students about adaptability, you know, how it is important that today we have change leaders, we have transformational leaders who are always on their toes to understand what is happening around them, you know, and how they can inculcate the skills by understanding the requirements of the industry, you know. So they have to always keep on learning, you know, so they cannot simply limit their learning to that 2-year degree.
Yep.
And say that, you know, I have acquired a degree and therefore I am now ready for the industry. What would you like to say, ma'am, about it?
All right. So first of all, thank you very much to have given this opportunity to share our experiences with the world, I would say, because obviously it's a video recorded, so it goes to the world. So my point of view is that I've actually very closely worked with the construction, industry, and also very closely worked with engineers. So there's a huge shift from the expectation from engineers, from execution to a tech savvy, kind of a person. So it's a major shift. I can give an example. Now, for example, you precast concrete construction that happens, be it your column, be it your panel, be it your, the staircase, has a QR code, unique, code, which is there, and that actually decides where exactly in the design that would actually fit in. So, which means that beyond engineering technical knowledge, a person needs to also know how to actually work along with BIM, work along with, I would say, the project management tools like Primavera or MS projects, right? So, tech savvy is one of the major shifts that we are looking at. Second is how the risk, how the engineers can possibly red flag the risk factors with data analytics, right? So, that is again a major shift. So, now the industry of engineers beyond theory has become more purpose driven, has become more value creation, has become more creative and innovative. So, if you don't want to lose the world, I would say your place in the world, you need to be more creative and innovative, right? So, that's the shift that the engineers of today have to look forward for.
Right, so driving innovation is really important.
Absolutely.
I mean, when we talk about institutions like NICMAR University, which has been established by the industry itself, so I think the university understands the pulse of the industry really well. So if you look at our curriculum, it always aligns to a great extent. The university makes an effort to, ensure that the industry requirements are met. So if you talk about BIM, we have BIM. If you talk about project management tools, we have automation, data analytics, AR, VR, drone technology, all these areas have already been introduced in our curriculum. But there are many institutions do not have this kind of access to understanding industry requirements. Okay, and what we see is a huge gap between what the industry expects and what the academia offers. And that's the reason why you said the organizations go on reactive mode, wherein they get certain students, enrolled, employed in their organizations, and then they see a lot of skill gaps, and then they have to work on those areas. So can you mention, this is again a question for all of you, 3 major skill gaps that you identify, once you hired young professionals in your organizations, and how institutions like NICMAR as well as all the institutions offering management programs can work on those specific areas, to cater to the requirements of the industry. Yeah, we will follow any sequence.
One of,
right? Yeah.
What my experience is, one of the things which probably also missing in NICMAR is the duration of the internship period.
Okay.
So probably it is now 4 to 6 weeks or 6 to 8 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks. Whether in earlier NICMAR it used to be 6 months or so. Yeah, it was 6 months or so. So what I am trying to say, okay, that the duration of the internship, if can, so that from bookish knowledge they gain the knowledge what is happening in the ground.
Yeah.
Unless they face the realities what is happening in the ground. Now let us more focus on the NICMAR for this discussion. So what is that expectation is being created, that they are being taught in the classroom, they are given the exposure into BIM or all those digital things. So they create a tech savvy is required, but at the same point of time the industry is brick and mortar industry, it is on the ground.
Yeah.
So unless this relationship happens and they don't see the realities what is happening, so at least they spend some quite say 20 weeks or so, something like that, 4 months or so. So they spend at the site during as a part of the curriculum. Then that will help. One point. You are asking for 2-3 points, so somebody else can also contribute.
So you are saying that internship is not enough, and therefore that practical exposure is less.
Yes.
It's good that you have made a point. We have our vice chancellor sitting here.
I think if I am not wrong, Amit is Mirachkar when Amit Mirachkar is there. Yes. In 2000 when he joined, it was there. When I joined, it was 1.5 year course, and 1 year was the campus. That point of time it was MCM. ACM. Okay, ACM. Started with MCM, ACM, then whatever, but they had a 6 months course. I can remember they joined from campus only. the same course, when they joined, it was a 6 months. So first 1 year they used to stay in the campus, and then 6 months they can join an organization during that. So that was also counted in a course, if I am not wrong. वही मैं बता रहा था.
So actually, I agree the point, because 2 months interns is like it's a picnic for them. So they are just coming, they are exploring the city, they are just roaming here and there, and that's what I said. And on the 5th May, when we got a bunch of maybe a 39 all interns, I told them, "Ki boss, don't consider this as a picnic. You came here for some learnings, which you can learn it at site, and then you can maybe get that knowledge, so that for your future it will help." I think secondly, with this, in line with the same, maybe we can add some of the technical faculties, or maybe site engineers or the site construction heads, who can go and teach some of the lessons at the institutes at NICMAR. So maybe you can give a different sessions, or to understand the exact site requirements and how they can adapt site working culture. Because when we recruit people, or maybe recruit PGTs or GTs, we don't keep them directly at the office to sit on the laptop and prepare a Primavera schedule or a project schedule something. We want someone who can brief them about the importance at the site, how they can work, what are the areas they have to see that, so that practical knowledge can be added instead of theoretical. So the point is the same. In line with that, it should be maybe 4 to 6 months, so that training can add value to their profiles.
Yeah, I think the point is very well registered. We'll see how our management looks at it. But when you spoke about, interaction from the industry side with the students, I would like to tell you that every week we have lectures from professionals coming from the industry. And besides having the course on site administration, but of course what you have said is completely true. Especially people working on the site, practically, what kind of problems are faced by them, and sharing those problems with students, and also along with solutions and what students can propose as solutions. I think that interaction can be very, very productive. So the point is very well taken. Yes, ma'am.
Just to add on to the points that were discussed right now, those 2 months of their internship, which they consider as a picnic, they actually are looking for what not to do once they join the system, rather than actually checking what I want to get into. So those classroom trainings are, I'm sure they are good to have, but if those sessions are actually conducted on the site, in some organization, on the site, in the hot sun, they actually know the practical realities and challenges that people on the site are facing. Another point that I would like to add here is, rather than just having the course curriculum as computer-based or digital-based, it's very important for the students to know what are the real challenges that people face on the site. And not essentially about labor or about machinery or resources, but it's also about the pressures that are there from the client side or from the customer side. Those are the real life things that these students must understand, rather than just creating some graphs and charts and schedules on various technological models.
So how often, when you employ students, how often do you, even if they have applied for a planning role, for example, how often do you make them work on a site, have some experience, and
I was hoping you would ask this question actually. So the thing is, as I told you, this first entire year for the PGs that we have hired is going to be on a job rotation basis. Their work starts on the site. They have to review all the sites, understand what actually happens on the site, connect not just with the project leads or the project in charges, but right up to the ground level, the foreman, supervisors, because ultimately they are the pillars of your project. They are the ones who are actually getting that project up. So having that communication and connect not just with the seniors, but at all levels. Also interdepartmental communication, like the person joins and he connects with the billing person or the quality person. Quality is not just the responsibility of the quality team, it's everybody's responsibility. So once that sense is driven into these students who are just passing out of a campus, that is where they're building that foundation. safety, for example, I mean, we have daily TVTs which are conducted on the site. That happens at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's important that a person goes on the site at 8 o'clock to be able to attend that session, which cannot happen when you're working on a laptop in an AC office. So these are the practical things which have to be inculcated in the course. We have a very large precast project which is happening in Pune, and I had in fact told the students who have been hired at BB Moria to go and check out that project. It's a precast factory plus a very large project. I'm not sure how many of the students actually took the efforts to go on that site and understand what are the actual site-related challenges. So I think that is something that we need. We as leaders have to collectively imbibe that sense of responsibility.
Yeah, a very valid point has come out from what you have said, because when we talk about next-gen talent, this cross-functional understanding is very, very important. So you may have a specialization in a certain domain, but understanding how the other functions are working, at least some basic fundamental understanding of those functions is also very important. And as you rightly said, you make some efforts to give that exposure to your professionals, young professionals. What all other organizations are doing to enhance this exposure? Because I don't think they can get that exposure. Of course, they are exposed to a lot of courses during their academic tenure, but and of course theoretical understanding is also important. But when they work in the organization,
so while we are talking about the skill gap, we were mentioning about 3 major skill gaps that we're talking about. The important bit that we actually fail to understand is the commercial acumen. As a project manager, the person needs to know, not beyond the technical and the project skills, the person also needs to know how to strike, contract, what is the cost, what is the impact if the timelines get delayed. Right. So that is, I feel, is a major gap that I have seen in my experience. Because expectation is obviously when you grow up the ladder, it is not only your timelines that you're actually aiming at, but you also need to understand what will be the cost impact when a timelines is not achieved.
So will that, I'm sorry for
having said that, it's very important that when we're dealing with clients, when we're dealing with our stakeholders, you will need to have the communication skills, you need to have the collaborative skills. Accountability has to be there. Somewhere I see the project managers fail to do that. They're very good at technical knowledge, but somewhere when they put in front of our stakeholders, because we deal with a lot of customers are breadwinners, right? But somewhere they fail to kind of collaborate, talk to them, make them understand the technical aspect of it.
So what we have done is in Volta's projects, so certification is there for all the project managers and construction managers. They have to go one day contracts management and legal course. So the techno-commercial, what we are expecting from these guys has to, so basic thing, how you can go create a IoTs and how we can make the claim management, how we can create the monitoring the unbilled reserve, right? All these are basic requirement for a project manager. Without that, just executing itself will not help. So the techno-commercial knowledge, so one day certification course through NICMAR we are doing it for all the project managers and the construction managers. So that's given very good. So they're self-sufficient. They're not depending on the contracts department at all. So they themselves write they'll see the scope, something is not in the scope, they make a claim letter. So that writing the communication to the customer is helping through this module.
So we used to have training on contract management, as rightly mentioned. We used to have training on financials for non-financial folks. We used to insist that each and every project team goes through the BOQ, because they also need to know what is there in the contract for them to efficiently work on the project sites.
Right.
Yes, so that was the investment that we used to do in the learning and development space.
So when we talk about stakeholder management, or you spoke about communication skills, I'll get to you, sir. Just want to respond to the point. Stakeholder management you spoke about, or interpersonal skills, or even this techno-commercial aptitude. So it is good that you people, in your organizations, efforts are being made. And even in institutions, these courses are introduced. But do you think that comes with some experience, of working in an organization, or at the initial stage, something can be done to, expedite that understanding? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
So there is a huge, I would say, a difference between concept knowledge versus your practical knowledge. You might know how to write A, B, C, D, right? But when you're actually on the field, you're actually facing the realistic world, right? For example, you need to know how to even run the project, even with the shortcome of resources, right? Or the weather conditions, or shortcome of approvals, right? So that is a scenario that you will have to put people, and our colleagues did mention about it, saying the major gap is basically of people having the real-time experience, the ground reality. I can give you one typical example, right? Now in construction industry, we say 2M by 2M, excavation, for example, it's written in the design. But when you actually excavate, you need to have 2.6M to 2.6M, because you need space to work, right? So in the book, it is 2 by 2M, but 2.6M is there in your design phase. So that is what we're talking about, the practical knowledge.
Right.
Yeah. So that is a gap, and that is the the gap that we need to fill as the professionals out here.
So you wanted to add it something?
Yes. The success of any campus hire, whether it is a NICMARian, whether it is a NIT, whether it's a GET, DET, anywhere, it depends upon mainly two things. Definitely the urge of the individual whom you are hiring, and also the process in which you onboard them in your system. That is one of the most important part. So like say NICMAR or this one for MTech, which is considered to be postgraduates, rather postgraduate tech, the elite one. Then comes the GET, if you have to make an hierarchy. So the mentorship could be done in such a manner. It should be in a ratio like 1:10 or 12 for this one, your MTech means the postgraduate, then 1:15 or something for the GET, 15 to 20, and the balance is 20 to 25. So this is very much required, the hand holding in the initial phase, apart from whatever the exposure you give, the hand holding. And then what we have been doing in my organization, we have started for the last 2 years. For the last 3 years, including this year, we have hired almost 2,200 trainees.
Okay.
In a cadre building with a clear that up to manager level, there will be no lateral hiring. It will be only and only the campus hire who will be moved forward. Unless there is a niche skill or something new business coming up, that is a different issue. So what we have done, so apart from these mentors assigned to a bunch of trainees, also on a specific intervals, there is a leadership talk, wherein MD, deputy MD, even the promoter, they also speak. So what we have observed with this initiative, see what is called the nascent attrition or the whatever the attrition has, for the last 2 years, it has been controlled much. So wherein they get a platform to express their views, good or bad, their experiences, good or bad, and then they can hear from the leaders. So that reduces the gap. Earlier it was traineelia, it has been posted, and then we forget, apart from giving some trainings or etc. So this has helped in their onboarding and also arresting the attrition to a certain extent in my organization.
I think with regard to, we are talking about only maybe intern for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, whatever duration we have to increase it. But as a part of maybe curriculum, we can also add their project site visit for maybe international projects. So when you go to China, you will see the infra development at China is at a different par or different level. We are talking about 2030 is our stage wherein India will reach to a certain level. But when you go to those locations and the infra development which they did it, it's we can't imagine as an maybe. So for that understanding, they must understand what international markets are doing, what internationally, globally things are happening in infra development, not with regard to only Indian operations. So when we talk about AI, we talk about robotics, we have not reached to that mark in India to act immediately as in robotics can start at any of the construction sites. We are not that phase. We are still in a developing stage. So the areas where AI, robotics and the projects which are maybe worldwide projects, or maybe they have shorter the timelines of those projects, and those are the remarkable projects. So those students can visit and they can understand how the drawing is made, how the operational things are done, and what sort of outcome which is there at a project site. So I think that can add their value to their learning curve.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we have to some extent started this, but of course it needs to be, further expanded.
It should be more of an immersive kind of, learning. Because the moment you put them into real-time scenario, it'll be a completely different world altogether, right? You're actually dealing with uncertainty, as mentioned by Prithvi as well, right? So that actually is, practical knowledge is more value or quality-wise, it's much higher.
Right.
Yeah, so that is what I think my fellow colleagues are also talking about.
Okay, so we have identified a few gaps, and the good part is that
Just
yes,
sorry
please,
to
go ahead.
sorry to.
Yeah.
So like we have created a design center of excellence. Apart from the lateral hires, so since last 2 years we have hired around 50 odd NIT MTech from different streams, structural, geotech, etc., etc. While doing so, what we felt, ki if we tie up with somebody like Bentley system, the civil, so they provide the design software, MS Stat Pro, etc. They have their software. So Bentley approached us, ki which are the colleges where you visit, apart from, and whether you want us to get into collaboration with that college, so that we create a part of their curriculum, and whenever you are hiring, you get a ready-made kind of a thing. So Bentley has come up with a proposal, and we are working on it. So why I brought NIT, because NIT we hire design guys and design Bentleys. So Bentley is already working with some of the NITs, and they on their own, their cost, they said you need not to do anything, only you give us the colleges, whether DT, GT colleges, we will extend support. So that kind of collaboration can also be this kind of service provider or technology provider rather.
Right. So identifying skill gaps, we have identified, and you people also have provided some solutions. In fact, you have answered a question which I have not even asked. So now I'm going to ask that question for all of you. When we talk about industry academia collaboration, this wonderful example of Bentley you gave, what else can be done, to foster this industry academia collaboration so that the academia caters to the industry requirements, directly, and these skill gaps are that way addressed. We can do away with the gaps if there is a very robust kind of, communication and collaboration between the industry and the academia. Yes.
I think we'll start with the industry developments. What recent technologies and what kind of projects are coming up? Like again, the same answer, same example is data center is most happening today. The talent in the market availability is hardly anything. And so like a poaching, we are poaching from each other, the high premium paying to them. How we can develop with the support of the institutes. The same thing, district cooling, the fast-paced projects like industries, where these are coming in shortest time they want to. So how we can develop the talent with the ambiguity management, which is something very important. They come with something planned activities, anybody can do it.
Right.
But something unplanned, customer is asking yesterday, not today. How we can prepare and deliver it. That is something most important, how we can do this way.
Right.
Example, what we have done is a tie-up with ISREF, Mumbai chapter. We could able to create a HVAC academy. So a 6 days structured training program for all the trainees. After completing the 6 months, they need to undergo.
Okay.
So basic fundamentals like heat load calculation, how we can do SLE, how we can all these things are covered in that. So that again they are coming back to classroom, refreshing the basic fundamentals, ensure that my project requirement is taken care. So the technical strengthened. So kind of if you can do it, that would be very helpful.
Nice. Excellent suggestion. What do you would like to say now?
So just to give you a practical example, not to demean anybody, but just that people should know, when we hire people from NICMAR, we go with the assumption that they are well versed with MSP and Primavera, absolutely hands-on. But when they go on site or real life incident, and when we ask them to prepare a schedule on Primavera, we get to know that Madam Moto project time pe kiya tha, for a course content project. That is a very big gap that I think the tutors or the professors must bridge, because ultimately these NICMARians are also competing with normal engineers who've been in the organization or industry and have got a Primavera certification from outside.
Yeah.
That is their competition also. So what is it that I'm getting differently from a NICMARian if I'm hiring from the prestigious institute is something that we really need to look at.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, they are very well, tech savvy, no doubt about that. But somewhere that practical exposure to work on those technological modules is somewhere missing, which needs to be bridged.
Right.
I think whenever we are talking about the collaboration with different institutions, and as a long run we'll have to.
Yeah, go ahead.
So basically, it is not about only NICMARians, because when we look at our requirements as an industry, as a construction industry, or maybe an EPC industry, the market is changing every 18 months, or the requirements are coming new. So government is every year they are increasing the budget, as you rightly said, ki the infra budget is already increased.
Yeah.
But when we look at the talent which is available in the market, is very few of them. Secondly, when we look at in a long run, you will find the most of the dignitaries in the industry are getting retired. So taking a PGET or maybe recruiting someone and giving them that training and take them to that career graph is very difficult in a current scenario.
Okay.
So when we talk about the arrangements or the understanding or the collaborations with different colleges, I would maybe suggest NICMAR to open up more branches, maybe to get the skill set to increase that, because that volume of the requirements are very huge rather than what we are getting it from the market. Secondly, I think most of the people will agree that the construction industry is a male dominated industry. So you won't find female maybe engineers working at the construction site.
Right.
So where I think we have to push that, maybe we have to break that barrier, wherein we will have to add more females in the construction industry at the leadership level, so that the balancing between the requirement and the what we call actual we have, so it will give a clear picture, or maybe it will add value to as an overall understanding of a infra division to cater that manpower requirements.
I think you have touched upon a very important point of inclusivity. It's really important that the workforce is diverse and inclusive, and female professionals also need to be given an opportunity. So I'd like to ask you, what organizations, I think you have, in your earlier organization you started something like Women Connects, right, if I'm correct?
Yes.
So what initiatives are you taking now, and this is a question for everybody again, to ensure that the workforce is inclusive and there is sufficient diversity, because a lot of research statistics also say that a diverse workforce is more productive,
Yes.
and leads to a better culture in the organization.
Yeah, so as a part of the business plan, we did have 20% of diverse workforce to be hired into our pool of talent, right? So it is not only about hiring diverse workforce into the pool of people, also to ensure that ecosystem is equally kind of
Supportive.
supportive for these folks to even perform. I would say initially when we started, because you referred my last organization, that's when I'm talking about it. The project side didn't have a
Basic hygiene facilities.
Yeah.
Also.
So basic, I would say I've been very polite and
Yeah.
diplomatic in talking, saying that we never had women washrooms, right? And then we actually made a policy saying that we insisted that every project site should have this. It is not necessary to have an employee, but also vendor, contractors who has a women employee should have a proper facilities within their project site. And then we came up with the standard, operation process to create those project offices, right? So we had a lot of efforts that we did around, attracting women talents. And the fact, as rightly mentioned, is that we do not have many engineers, women engineers in the, I would say, in the society, because obviously we do have an historical, where men were allowed to study much beyond women, right? But today, yes, it is shifting, but I would say it is shifting in a very slow pace. where I had a target of 20% of people, our talent to be a diverse workforce, we were not able to fulfill, especially civil engineers. We didn't find much of women talent. But mechanical and electrical we did. But to sustain them, retain them again became a larger challenge for us. Because of course, you know, we are dealing with contractors. To ensure that contract laborers also understood the policies, what we are actually trying to drive, was yet another effort that we did. So we did have sessions for even workmen, because you know the world, I would say for women is very different, right? So there were women who were dealing with workmen. They would just not listen. They would say, no, we will listen to men folks than women. So there were grievances from the women which came back to us. So we quickly addressed that as well, where we also kind of rolled out a training sessions for them, saying if a person is in certain role and will create the impact for the project deliverables, whether it's men or women, you're supposed to hear to the person. So this is the practical challenge that we have as on today, right? So there were a lot of effort that we actually put. So we did a proper survey amongst all the women folks to understand where the gaps are. Then of course we took a buy-in from all the, you know, the champions, and then we drew the complete program where the more inclusive culture we brought in basically.
Some really good initiatives. Anybody else would? Yeah, please.
To this, actually, this topic is quite close to my heart. So, the concern about women not being there in the workforce doesn't start with once they are onboarded into the system. I think it starts right from the education. Education level. I mean, we come with this mindset, ladka hai to engineer banega, ladki hai to doctor banegi. You know, that is just our Indian mentality, and it starts from there. Still, there are so many women who get into engineering, but there are very few who get into civil engineering. So, you know, that gap just widens as we progress into education. Even when they complete their engineering, most of them get picked up by IT companies, irrespective of their stream of specialization, be it mechanical, civil, or whatever. Again, the pool kind of reduces. So these are just the practical challenges, but what we do at B. Bilimoria is we have certain sites wherein we have very good number of females on the site, not just at the office level, I mean planning, billing, but even at quality level or execution level. So yes, it is a little harder for the woman employee to make her mark for sure, but that's in every field, I would say. But once you make a mark, I mean, people will look up to you. In fact, on Women's Day this year, we had conducted a hiring drive just for women candidates, just to see that how many people actually walk in and you know, get interviewed for the jobs. So that is one of the initiatives that we had taken here. But yes, it is difficult. The numbers are very few, but I'm sure the quality is good, I hope.
I think we'll find more computer engineers, you know, with women force than, of course, civil.
So is diversity a sort of concerted HR strategy which is followed in your organizations?
So like when we went for the campus, say 2026, we kept a target of 20% would be there. So when it is a PG level, we could able to maintain between say 16 to 18%, not 20%. But down below when GT 15 to 16, but when DET, because DET is the crowd which is basically working on the site. So when directly working on the site, so the percentage of women, so possibly we could finish at around 13 to 14%. But we kept a target of 20% when we started the campus drive, I'm talking about. And what also we again, there are certain challenges in the project sites, which are the obvious and real challenges. Even if you improve the system, but then also you will find some of the projects, possibly out of the total population, there could be only 1 or 2 engineers, women engineers, or whatever, occupying. So at the site, if it is a city-based project, then also it is fine, but projects which are at far remote areas, definitely there are challenges. And so also what we did, like office, wherever there is a new requirement or a replacement, we normally go for women, so that this ratio can be improved.
Okay, so let us expand the scope of this question a little further now that we are talking about talent acquisition. And the topic is HR 5.0. What kind of HR 5.0 practices are being followed in your organizations for talent acquisition? So whether, we are saying human-centric approach, of course, so inclusivity, diversity are some of the aspects of it. But to what extent technology is being used, as part of the process to acquire talent and even, nurture it for its skilling and upskilling and reskilling?
Yeah, so if you see the HR, talent attraction, I would say, has majorly shifted. It has now become more AI driven. We are of course using agentic AI in terms of even ensuring the first level of shortlist happens at the agentic AI level itself. We did start using avatar, so which means that you don't need a physical presence of the interviewer there. Yeah, so we have avatars who does the first level of interviews, shortlists folks, and thereafter passes it on to the second and third level. Right.
Okay.
So these were the couple of things that we did introduce. Having said that, also our people analytics is completely data driven. Right. So our decision making is completely on people analytics and data driven. So now, if you see, all HRMS tools are mandate across all organizations. So today it's all about embracing and leveraging technologies.
Right.
The talent acquisition world also is completely shifted. Even if you ask the job portals, are giving you those tools, which actually ranks all the resumes with those keywords, right? So where the recruiters past, I remember we used to have those box files. Then we used to have e-docs, and now it's all portals, right?
Yeah.
So now they kind of rank based on the keywords, and the recruiters all that the recruiters have to do just pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked ranked resumes. Not necessarily even do a physical interview, or when I say physical, it can't be Teams, not necessarily Teams interview. Based on the questions also, because today the world is also about prompt which comes.
Yeah.
You put the JD and it prompts to the hiring manager,
Right.
saying what kind of a questions you should be asking.
Yeah.
There's a live prompt also available based on the answers that a candidate gives. What is the probing questions that you need to ask? Right. So I think the time that goes for selecting a candidate is far more reduced than our erstwhile times, because I've seen the complete evolution of talent acquisition right from, I would say, last 25 years, right? So that's why I use the box file days. Today we're talking about agentic AI doing the selection process for us. For campus hires, what we do is we use certain tools. Of course, assessment is very important because obviously the technical capability is basically the knockout criteria for us, and hence we do a lot of assessment with the domain knowledge and the aptitude selections.
Yeah.
Thereafter, we also do AI-based interviews for the selections. So what happens is the turnaround time for selections becomes much more reduced, right? So that is a change that we are seeing in the talent attraction world.
So what we are doing is in Voltas, we have two ways. For the entrance, it's a tie with the Naukri. So the assessment all taken care through Naukri. It's only the final assessment meeting will happen, so the panel. Whereas the lateral hiring through the talent recruit.
Okay.
So actually really helping us if we are able to feed the JD and entire shortlisting, the probabilities are very high. It itself shows what the percentage of shortlisting matching with the profile. And internal job posting is publishing into reach of the entire employees and their references, very effectively done. So these two things are very helping us in digitization and reducing time and the quality of selection, shortlisting.
Anybody else would like to add?
So I think for talent acquisition, there are a lot of tools which are available. So what we have done, we have created a chatbot which will give a feedback mechanism for the employees. So just now when we have recruited NICMARians, so after 30 days, it will give a pop-up to them to with certain questions, certain numbers, which will give us what exactly they are feeling with regard towards the organization. So so there are basic questions wherein we can understand the individual is comfortable or not. So and that evaluation help us to track their future growth. So whenever we are recruiting some sort of these candidates, we are making sure that feedback mechanism should be there, and that evaluation must get it every month, so that we can able to track that their movements.
Right. So a lot of automation, digitalization, use of AI is happening in talent acquisition. Now the very common question that students sometimes have is that is there a sort of threat to their future prospects with the increasing use of AI in the industry? What would you like to say?
I think adapting to the changing world is very important, right? COVID world taught us everything. There were days that we used to use the traditional ways of working, right?
Yeah.
So we know very well that in COVID times, the organizations which actually adapted digital tool and changed their project plans performed much better than people who didn't want to change, right?
Yeah.
So I think adapting has become a norm, right? So it's not a fear. AI is not a fear. It's just that your ways of working is of course getting more enriched. How much do you learn and how much do you cope up with the coming changing world is very important.
Right.
So fear will actually become very complacent, I would say, then you will not never grow at all, because we have seen the world, right? So if we were doing the same thing what we did years back, we wouldn't have been here at all, right? So it's just that I would tell students saying that you'll have to be coping up with the world today, be competitive, be open to adaptation, change along with the world.
Yeah.
Think futuristic. It's very important to know what is coming later, because organization has become very futuristic.
Right.
Okay, organizations do not hire for today. We hire basically for future.
Yeah.
Right. So we have, even in our business plans, we know what is happening about 5 years later. Our plans are basically 5-year plans, right?
Yeah.
So hence, even students, you need to have the 5-year plan for their personal goal or even professional goal or their career goal.
Yeah.
Right. So that would be my note.
Yeah.
To
So you have answered a question which I was planning to ask.
Oh my God.
Which is good. So, yeah, I mean.
So just to add, just to same thing, but AI in HR. So there are two aspects, if broadly.
Yes.
One is definitely the role in talent acquisition from the first or the second level of screening.
Yeah.
You can choose, like my organization, their AI support system, wherein you can choose whether you are going to use Perplexity or a Claude.
Yeah.
There's a drop down, you pick it up, and then it gives you a result. So AI is more, I will say it is an enabler of your process, wherein it reduces the time drastically and giving more, which you have to involve your mind.
Right.
So it also, when you evaluate a JD, a CV against a JD, it not only ranks the CV, also gives that he could be more suitable for XYZ, may not be suitable for this. And secondly, what we are doing in my organization using this, we have a data pool, organization, employee pool rather. So there is a initiative we have started, wherein we have targeted that we will be selecting, we are currently running around 220 projects worldwide. 100 to 110 project leaders. It could be a project manager, it could be a planning manager, aspired to be a project manager, a deputy project manager, and to groom them. So we have started a campaign called Project Leadership Framework kind of a thing, wherein the data pool is being evaluated through the AI, rank them based on definitely the last 3 years appraisal, age, criteria, etc., etc., and then what kind of projects they have earlier worked, and what kind of projects currently they are working. And then it gives a framework, they could be possible. And then we start personal interaction, in-person interaction with a panel. So 4 or 5%. So also it is becoming much more. We have started this process, and we possibly will conclude by. So we'll be targeting, creating this, because that is the bread earner for the organization, the project leaders.
Right. And AI can actually improve efficiency, if you look at it that way. So now we'll, in the last 15 minutes, we'll take a few questions from the audience's side as well. But before we go to them, my last question to all of you is, what message would you like to give to, aspiring professionals, students, who are entering the infrastructure sector? What are, some of the, what is your message to them? That's
should be fungible. Be fungible is one important criteria. Because creating a domain experts and the opportunities are very less.
Okay. So being open,
multi-skilled and be fungible. That will be, because these people leadership come from these two area. So if you want to be a leader, you want to be a business head, you want to be the CEO, please ensure that you are moving to across all the verticals, all the functions.
Right. So rather than narrowing it down to one particular domain, they should try to develop cross-functional understanding and be open to, take up any role. So flexibility is
Job
important.
rotation, not simple words.
All right. Yes. Everyone can share a few things. If
I will just take
Yeah.
up the next. So I would say for the students, the fundamentals have to be strong.
Yeah.
Right. So just focus more on fundamentals, strength. Be curious. Be competitive, because you need to know where the world is going. Right. You should not lose the race. To not lose the race, you need to be, agile. You need to always, I would say, learn, unlearn, and then relearn quickly. Adapt. Adapt has become a norm, as I was mentioning
Yes.
some time back. It has to become a habit.
Yeah.
Right? There is no excuse for it anymore. Right? It's a skill that should be part of any curriculum now, because change is something which is constant.
Yeah.
Uncertainty is something which comes. Like, we never knew this war would happen, and a lot of things changed in even our business plans, right? So that would be a few messages to the students. When we actually talk to the campus hires who join us, first and foremost, we tell them, be curious. People are busy with their work, but does not mean they will not give you time. But only when you go and ask for time is what you will get time.
Right.
Right? So you will have to go nudge. You go and barge in, it's okay. That excuse you guys can have, because you are the end crowd who can basically, be very, I would say, eager to know what's happening around. One more important thing is that have a practical knowledge, a real project knowledge, immersive project experience much earlier in your life. Don't wait for people to come and give you those opportunities. Grab the opportunities. Right? So that is something which I would really want to pass on.
Thank you.
Yeah, apart from the technical knowledge and all those things that will come, assuming that comes with the course, they should have a ownership mindset. Every organization looks for candidates who are having ownership mindset. They should have a very high professional ethics in terms of integrity and all those things.
Correct.
They should be very open to learn, and also, I don't know whether the course includes anything, a leadership type. If a soft skill training on given on leadership or a teamwork, which are very important for civil engineers, considering that 90% of the NICMARians are civil background. So when they go to the site, so they have to interact with workers, they have to interact with the superiors, everything. So all those, apart from considering that everything, all the technical knowledge is given, these type of things, if that could be included in your curriculum or classes or some sessions wherein they are having an exposure, these are also equally important if you have to become a successful civil personnel. I feel that is very much
very important. Yes, sir.
So basically, the same point, I think they should adapt the change. Second, whenever they are planning their career, so mostly they must have their 5-year career plans ready with them. So whenever they are going with any of the organization for a placement or any sort of activities, they must have their clear thoughts ki this is their career map for next down the line 5 years, and work on those. Keep it there should be a hygiene factor in their each activity which they do. So whenever it is about the asking questions or maybe anything which is there in their career. So keep that habit as a individual. Hygiene factor should be there in each and every activity which they do.
Right. Very, very important. Yes, ma'am. Last point.
Just one line, actually. Never let the hunger to learn die down. It's not just for new students, but I think it's for everybody, but more so for the youngsters who are joining the industry. That hunger has to be there, because these are your foundation years. So that's one thing. So don't be shy of asking questions. No question is stupid, no question is repetitive. But ask questions, ask the right questions, and get your answers. Don't stop until you have your answers for those questions. So
I think with that message, maybe let us turn to the audience and take their questions. If you have any questions,
Hi, I am Sai Kiran. It was wonderful to hear what HR thinks through. I've been in the industry for the past 11, 12 years now. One question which I have is you all spoke about what should be aspiring. Recently, Ajay spoke on what should be the 5-year goal. But think it of from a fresher who has just like 21, 22 is just coming out of the college life. There is a real gap between the aspiration or his thinking, his or her thinking, versus what the company, hiring company is as wanting them to do. So how do you think the gap should be bridged? NICMAR has courses which does most of the job, but how would I say? You cannot just place the fresher and put it in a experienced person's role and expect them to work there. So there is a difference between the aspiration and the want. So how do you bridge the gap as a HR? Because when you come to the downline the sites, there's a complete different work culture than the work culture in a head office or a regional office. So this is a gap which how would a HR address this?
So basically, you can say. So basically, when a new joinee or a PGET or a trainee who joins us or any of the organization, yes, their expectations. Looking at, so there is a lot of news or social media is very active as of now. So you will find it ki lot of companies are doing different things with new PGETs. They are doing some Gurukul kind of a concepts and all of those things. So we as a company, what we are doing it ki yes, there are certain expectations from the candidate or maybe a new joinee. So we are creating a buddy system with them. So that buddy can take care of them for their day-to-day activities. They can guide them and they can make sure ki he is well versed with the system in the organization and the work which is for what we have recruited him. So that buddy system helps them to understand it better, because for a new joinee it is very difficult to go and stand at site and understand अरे ये labor क्या कर रहा है मुझे तो पता ही नहीं है. And we in India lot of people said चलता ही वाला attitude बहुत ज़्यादा होता है. So we don't wanted to keep that thing happen. So that's why we created that buddy system, which can help those individuals or new joinees at least for a month or 30 days, so that they are well versed with the organization systems and the criteria or the domain which they wanted to go ahead.
Thanks.
So I would take up this question. Thanks, you did bring the buddy system in place. It's very important to understand that organizations do not put an individual directly into project site the day one, right? So we do have, as an organization, develop a structured, I would say induction plan, which also includes corporate, campus to corporate kind of a program. In my past organization, we used to have a very immersive 3 months induction plan. In current organization, we have about 1 year immersive program through a structured, induction, which means that the whole structured induction we're talking about is 3 months the person has to be in each department, all right? So it is not that the day one itself we put the person onto the project site. So most of the organizations do this. Only thing, the span of the induction might be ranging between 1 month to 3 months to 6 months, even 1 year, right? So it is again up to the individuals how much they can grasp, how much curious they are, how much inquisitive they are, how much learning they want to do throughout this journey. All that organization can do is give the platform for an individual to perform, right? So that's what we do. Basically, we do have a different structured induction program that happens.
Just to add, Sai, your question, where sometimes this system fails, because ideally trainees should not be hired against a position vacancy. Ideally, but in construction mein to chalta hai sab bhi. So normally NICMARians are the privileged ones, so they come in the elite class of the trainees. So probably they are not facing that, but for the balanced one, what happens? Organizations vacancy hua, chalo trainee ko dal do. So when you are putting a trainee against a vacancy, which is an active role, so definitely it is more of a work and less of a. In general, the industry works that way. So that's why they don't get a proper hand holding from the first day into the work. 18, 20, DETs are around 18 years of age, 18 to 19. So that also one of the say whatever the failure of not able to full-fledged you create a proper trainee hiring. NICMAR is elite, so NICMAR को इसमें नहीं देख रहा हूँ मैं.
I hope you mean it when you say it, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Yes, there is a question.
Hi, good afternoon. I represent Jyoti Structures. So for the last couple of years, we have been hiring full-time hires and interns as well this year from NICMAR. Now, when we talk about job rotation and the career development, I mean, students who are hired from courses like marketing or supply chain, advanced construction management. So I don't know, consciously or unconsciously, we have allocated them to those departments. So the construction management have gone to the construction part, the projects part. The supply chain student has been allocated to procurement, and the marketing person has gone to the tendering and marketing. So now that a year or more is over, so I would like to hear your thoughts and guidance on how to plan the career development. Is it like we have to, are we going to bring them up in the organization as specialists, or how do we plan the job rotation and the career development, which is mutually beneficial for the company as well as for their growth? And all of them are staying with us, so that's a good part. Thank you.
So it should be a mutual thing. So 1 year possibly they are into a system, and you are talking only on NICMARians or overall?
Only NICMAR.
Only NICMARians. So say construction management. So ideally they might have been put into operations or any of the functions during this 1 year. I don't know whether you have a rotation policy or a fixed 1 year term.
It is to be taken up now that the
So 1 year they have completed.
Yeah.
1 year they have completed, and 1 year they have been to a particular division.
Yes.
Particular division.
Yes.
So it depends upon his interest, his output or performance during that period, and plus what I feel the organization's requirement also. Because if it is, say the person has been put into a planning or a contracts function, I don't know your structure, say planning function. If he wants to grow into a planning role, so after 1 year he can continue the planning. Subsequently he can be moved into a execution to get a wider arena kind of a thing. Or the contracts guy can move into other, say he can move into a tendering kind of a thing or estimation kind of a thing. First 1 year, if it is a fixed term, I personally feel that can be done. Somebody else can also add.
So we have 4 functions identified for these guys. Anybody joining a trainee in a PMO, after 3 years they can move to contracts management and legal, or tendering and bidding and estimation, or the quality and planning, project planning. Somebody joins in project planning, they can move to vice versa. So there are 4 department functions that are identified for these guys, they can move around. After 3 years completion, again they can move to out of these functions. So they can be become a construction manager in a particular site independently managing, or after the company they'll get to project managers. So diverse expression where they can become leadership levels. So every 3 years their role changes. That's what a career path created. However, again we leave it to individual choice. We don't force anyone to that you should move. Options are available based upon the interest and the area they can move. But avenues are available in the organization.
So at B. Bilimoria, what we have is this 30-day, 90-day and 180-day connect with the campus recruits. First month is still, understanding the processes and sites and all that. But I think after 6 months' time, they're kind of well aware where they would want to make their career. It is still a 1 year internship program that we have, but within say 6 months' time, they're kind of well aware, and then we look at a mutual collaboration wherein we can utilize their skills, we can align our company requirements to their career vision, and accordingly we plan to allocate the resources. So that's what we follow at our company. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so thank you.
I think we can take one more question. We are left with, 5 minutes.
Actually, I'm sorry, I have two questions.
All right. You're permitted.
And you can say one within the syllabus, and one is out of syllabus, can be. First question, as say Ajay has raised that about the woman or female percentage in the civil education particularly. With my experience in NICMAR, we do go for a 15 to 20% say woman enrollment for our ACM programs. And I do appreciate say Patil's madam's initiatives on the Women Day. This special drive only for women need to be say done. Now my question is how to say attract, or what could be the strategy where more women can be attracted as far as the PG in ACM or say our programs are concerned. Even though say there are less say supply or input in the BTech civil say sites ones. But can we get say more inputs, or say how that can be made, or maybe policy or strategy? Any input from your sides?
Sir, frankly, I think this is a overall feedback which is there. Ki we have 15 to 20% female as an overall organization policy, and most of the organization work on that perspective only. To create that interest in that civil, so that those females or maybe that women can shift to that gear, maybe I think we will have to go and create one kind of a community wherein who can go to the villages and rural and urban areas where importance of the civil engineering to be created or maybe to be marketized. Because social media is something now you must see ki every individual, every candidate, if you look at in the trains or if you are traveling anywhere, you will find everyone is on the reels. So there is a generation who are only available on reels as of now. So we can use that social media technology wherein we can add those initiatives to create that interest of those females or that kind of category people. Most of the organization or maybe Indian government also work on a lot of areas where women empowerment and other areas are there where maybe free of cost education and everything is available. So we can initiate that process, maybe NICMAR or other engineering colleges maybe come up with on one board and create that, maybe that will add value, or maybe that will add or create that numbers can increase.
Any other one?
Yes. Two parts. One is, if you see demographically, my personal experience, I may be wrong, if you go to South India institutes, possibly the enrollment of ladies in civil engineers are much more higher compared to rest of the India. That is point number one. So if you South Indian. Secondly, the options available with the civil engineering is possibly not advertised or glamorized in such a manner that the current generation can connect with. So it is more seen, धूप में खड़ा रहने का है, ये करने का. So there are multiple other aspects which possibly is not advertised, or that is the possible reason wherein the participation or enrollment of the civil engineers and way forward. So once they come into the force, what are the possibilities? What kind of industry they can get into? So there is a design, entire design setup, design industry. All those big your GCCs are now setting up in India, all those things. So possibly that could be, you are asking from the NICMAR enrollment perspective. So I think all those things if can be advertised in proper manner. Na? So that's why if you see South India, completely different. There are a number of girls are in civil engineering. That is a fact. That is a fact.
See, the reason I feel the South India, we have more diverse workforce into the, education community. So the percentage of, education of diverse workforce is much higher in South than North. That is a known fact, right? And safety-wise also, being a woman, I can very openly talk about it, saying that we do have, I feel, because I've been in Chennai, Chennai is my base location versus other location. As a woman, I feel much safer in South than, other part of the India, not to quote any state specifically. But that is the reason why the generation of South Indians of getting into education is much higher. And as rightly mentioned, yes, they're more progressive in terms of education, and hence you find it. My sincere request to attract talent there would be of course, bring in special schemes, education schemes, and it's going to be a long term. It can't be overnight change, right? Overnight you will not get people jumping into the curriculums, right? It's going to be a long term plan, which means that we will have to start attracting the students much before, right from class 8, right, in different schools. So there should be a lot of, I think, advertisement done, a lot of talking about these, what is in it for them in the future. Beyond student, it is also parents who takes care, takes decisions on what the individual has to do. We are very progressive. We come from a progressive society, so we took a call for ourselves. But I've got a daughter who is, she's done a BTech computer science, but she took her own call for what she needs to do. Unlike for me, when I was educated, it was my parents who decided what I'm supposed to do, right? So there is a difference. I think we have to deal with different community in a different way to ensure that they are attracted in a different way. Few people might require financial support. For them, maybe you will want to look at some special scholarship schemes that you can look at. Few people might be talking about safety. Is it safe for women employees or women students to go to different locations and study? So for them, I would say it would be a different strike that you need to do, right? So that would be my personal advice to you.
All right.
I think for women, what matters the most is the safety at workplace. Irrespective of the industry, I mean, construction is a different ballgame, I'm sure, but in any industry that you go, safety is of paramount importance. And if we as industry leaders are able to promote that or advertise that, as my colleague just mentioned, on Reels or Insta or whatever this new generation is looking at, I think that will create that impact on the younger generation. So that's what I feel.
If we get this say support from the industry, like say they are providing some safety, quality, or maybe special say care for this woman one, say definitely say as a say institute, we can go as a say PGP, say ACM for moments with separate division sections or special say content can be created, and then separate say sections can be dealt with. Okay, that is a one. Say second, may not be relevant to this HR one. As I said, being say out of syllabus. Now here sir said about this buddy system. Say you adopt at the industry. We do have the lot of say teaching learning tools we use in our classrooms. Maybe one of them is the buddy system. We go for the flipped classroom. We go for the say project-based or maybe problem-based say learning. We go for the case-based learning. We go for a lot of presentations. We go for maybe various industries, say people coming and then evaluating them. Even though going for all this say tools and techniques for teaching and learning, but still this Gen Z, this say generations, they are not attracted in the class. They are not sitting in the class. How to get them in the class one?
That you should train the professors.
I don't think it's just about the classroom.
Yeah,
I think this younger generation, even our children at home, it's very difficult to make them sit on one desk, one place without their computer or their phone.
Why I raise this, you are say moving to the various say institute, say other colleges also, and then say we are going for a lot of say these tools and techniques and track, and our professors definitely is not a say kind of book reading and teaching kind of thing, but still say there is a missing link.
So I think, sir, that's what I think we initially said, ki our duration of practical knowledge must increase. So maybe during the course of 1 year, you can increase, instead of 2 months, maybe we can increase their trainee period, internship period to some other extent. So that can create an environment where they are more not on theoretical, they will be more on practical based working. I think that will help you for a longer run. So that I think that is one point which I can come out of it, because otherwise we know Gen Zs are Gen Zs, so you can't expect them to sit on the table for 12 hours and do one job. They will not do it. So that we have to adapt it, because that's a generation gap between us and them. So that will have to accept it any which way.
Maybe mobile phone detox can be considered to some extent, 2 hours without the mobile phone or something like that.
Sometimes sending them out of the office, some different location you conduct training from, there is a good response. Otherwise, you're sitting in same office doing the sessions, and particularly online, virtual, definitely there is no impact. There are mobile and screen is running.
So I think
Classroom
now
is definitely important. If you can do out of the office, taking some Lonavala, Karna, some good locations, that's a good
see, current,
and
I
it's
would
important also.
yeah, I would say the current generation basically is very restless because every minute you see reels, it's just few seconds, right? And you can just scroll up, and we also get addicted to it, right? So which means our I think curriculum and the way of teaching has to change accordingly. Long run sitting in a classroom is not going to work anymore. We ourselves get restless when we have long, any lectures or any meetings happening. We ourselves need a break after about an hour or so. And I think the generation today is all about digital. It's all about, reels have, in fact, we also go through reels. A cricket match has changed from test matches to 2020. I'm sure now I've forgotten to see 50, overs match. I only see 2020 because I don't have patience to see who's going to win the end of the day, right? So that is a generation shift that we have, right? So I think the curriculum, I think the ways, not the curriculum exactly, of course, curriculum has to be futuristic, but the way of imparting those, the knowledge has to change. And as rightly mentioned by fellow colleagues, it has to become more practical in the uncertain situations, how the person is going to react or action out, rather than just going by traditional ways of, teaching. I remember my son asked me a question when he was learning maths, saying, what am I going to do with algebra? Right? So those are the questions where people ask today. What am I going to do learning these, curriculums? There are certain things which might become obsolete. I think we should just remove them out of the, content of the curriculum. That would be my advice to people.
So one of the main traits of the Gen Zs, they always ask why. Whatever they do, so that is the Gen Z's main thing. Why I should do or why I am doing. So unless they relate, irrespective of NICMAR, non-NICMAR, anywhere, unless they relate with whatever is being taught, so they can't create that connect. So that gap is, they always want to know why I have to do this, why I am doing this. So possibly you have a very flexible kind of a, unlike the other government type of institutes, but if some more case studies, something live projects, say sitting apart from the internship, they can work on some capstone projects or a live projects of any organization, then they delegate to this a bunch of students, they work on and give the feedback to the organization. They can be working on the NICMAR campus on something like which makes their study duration more attractive, wherein they can participate and ask this question why. Kyun kar raha hu main? That is my personal perception.
That is true.
I think
I
one
would
more
want-
point.
sorry. Yeah, I just want to give one example. In the data center industry that I was working in the previous organization, we create those mobile data center vans, right? Because for them to basically understand how exactly data center looks. Because obviously data center, after it's operational, you're not allowed to get in, right?
Yeah.
So we created those, I would say, mini data center vans, and it was posted in the colleges where people can actually go and look and feel. With that, what happened is we started attracting talent to an industry which they are completely unaware about, right? So that is one of the approach that, because today it's all about being practical rather than being very theoretical, right?
So I think one more thing maybe you can, as a part of curriculum, you can add is a skill set of maybe labor management, which is as a important aspect in the construction industry. So when we talk about all the theoretical books and everything, but if you don't have a manpower to work in, so all is zero. So sir, I think correctly said, we have to work on those aspects as well, wherein skill development initiatives for labor. So how to tackle those labor maybe on a practical note basis, wherein they can visit the site, they can talk to the labor, they can understand what kind of work they are doing it, and on the basis of that they can create some sort of a project or something which can add value to their studies, and they can add the practical knowledge of it. because labor management is something, one subject which I think we are talking about the blue collar and white collar recruitments and other aspects of it, but it's a different skill set to manage those labor at construction site. And looking at India's progress, we mostly in Mumbai, if most of the companies know, all laborers are coming from West Bengal as of now. West Bengal, there is a change in the government. So in next 3 years, you won't find laborers who are coming in Mumbai to work. So those are the areas wherein you can create those projects, maybe looking at the future, futuristic. So that labor management, where the workforce will come, how they can work, what kind of training for that labor workforce we can add into those criteria, maybe as a part of education, maybe you can add.
All right,
Yeah,
we have
thank
got some really interesting and significant inputs on how we can improve student engagement in the class. Though, I mean, we as a university are making a lot of effort in that direction. You know, you talk about teaching pedagogy, from simulation to role plays to case studies. I think everything is being introduced, but some of these inputs that you have shared are very, very relevant, and we will definitely take them into account. So on this note, we are closing the first panel discussion. I think this discussion has been extremely fruitful. It has done full justice to the theme of the panel discussion. That's what I feel, because we began by discussing what is meant by next-gen talent, and our panel experts have given some really good inputs. They spoke about not only technical knowledge is important, but managerial skills, digital aptitude, and most importantly, adaptability as a core skill is very, very important. Then we discussed skill gaps, and not only they shared some important skill gaps, but at the same time they shared valuable solutions to address those skill gaps. We also spoke about how industry and academia can collaborate, because otherwise what happens is that the industry takes a reactive approach. You know, once students are hired, candidates are hired, you know, they have to upskill them, reskill them. But at the same time, if industry and academia collaborate and take some initiatives by being proactive, I think many of the skill gaps can be addressed, you know, at the initial stage itself. And they also gave valuable messages to young professionals, especially students of NICMAR and students elsewhere as well, studying in other institutions, management institutions, what needs to be done and what the industry expects them to do. So it was indeed a very valuable discussion. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs. It was indeed an honor for me to interact with all of you. So let us give them a round of applause, everyone. So let us close the discussion.
Yep.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you all.
Thank you to have patience with us.
With this insightful discussion on building next generation talent pipelines for India's infrastructure growth, we come to the close for the first panel discussion.
The deliberations have highlighted the critical importance of nurturing future-ready talent to support India's rapidly evolving infrastructure ecosystem. The ideas and insights shared by our expert panelists have reinforced the need for stronger collaboration between industry, academia, and young professionals in shaping the workforce of tomorrow.
May we now invite Dr. Anil Agarwal, Vice Chancellor in charge, NICMAR University Pune, to kindly felicitate our expert panelists and session moderator.
We invite our first panelist, Ms. Reena Vijayanand, to accept the honor.
We invite Mr. Prithviraj Ghosh onto the stage. Hire onto the stage. We sincerely thank our esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable perspectives and experiences with us, and for making this session truly enriching. We also thank Dr. Amit Hire for expertly steering today's discussion and facilitating such an engaging and insightful exchange of ideas. We thank you all, our audience, for being a part of this meaningful discussion.
We shall meet again for the second panel discussion post-lunch, sharp at 2:30 p.m. We request you all to kindly join us for lunch. Thank you. and students to the second panel discussion of the HR Summit 2026 on the topic Blueprint to Brain Power, Reimagining Talent for India's High-Growth Real Estate Ecosystem.
For this discussion, we have eminent panelists who will share with us their knowledge and thoughts on a highly significant topic, given the rapid growth of Indian real estate sector. Our first panelist is Mr. Apikshit Khare, Associate Vice President, Zonal HR Head, East-West Zone at Godrej Property. Sir, I kindly request you to step on the dais and take your seat. With a distinguished career built across critical business functions including sales, marketing, and human resources, Mr. Apikshit Khare excels at aligning talent strategies with core business growth. An alumnus of NIT Bhopal and IIM Kozhikode, he has dedicated his career to building inclusive, emotionally competent leadership and fostering environment rooted in autonomy and respect. His extensive expertise in navigating complex talent landscapes and championship organizational change will offer incredible value to our summit today.
Our next panelist is Mr. Yayati Kene, co-founder Amala Spaces LLP and technical consultant Investcorp. Sir, I kindly request to take your seat on the dais. Mr. Yayati Kene, co-founder of Amla Spaces LLP and technical consultant at Investcorp, bringing a powerful dual perspective to the real estate and infrastructure sectors. He seamlessly bridges entrepreneurial vision with rigorous technical asset management. At Amala Spaces, he pioneers dynamic, sustainable urban development that caters to modern lifestyle demands. Simultaneously, his consultancy role at a premier global investment firm like Investcorp ensures that complex projects meet the highest standards of operational efficiency, quality, and risk mitigation. His unique ability to integrate deep technical due diligence with strategic capital investment makes his insights on sustainable industry growth absolutely invaluable.
We also have with us on the panel Ms. Sushma Sharma, Head of Talent Staffing and Young Talent Management at Birla Estates. Ma'am, I request you to kindly step on the dais and take your seat. Ms. Sushma Sharma is the Head of Talent Staffing and Young Talent Management at Birla Estates, the rapidly growing real estate arm of prestigious Aditya Birla Group. With years of domain expertise in human resource, Ms. Sharma is a strategic leader who drives the organization's workforce evolution. She oversees end-to-end talent acquisition strategy, ensuring the recruitment framework aligning seamlessly with long-term business goals. A strong advocate for future-ready workspaces, she specializes in creating innovative campus-to-corporate programs, high-potential development frameworks, and mentorship initiatives that empower early career professionals to maximize their impact. Throughout her career, Ms. Sharma has been recognized for building agile, inclusive, and high-performance cultures by bridging the gap between academic potential and corporate excellence. She plays a pivotal role in shaping the leadership pipeline for real estate sector.
Our next panelist is Ms. Chaitali Ganediwala, Head of Human Resources at JSW Realty. Ma'am, I kindly request you to take your seat on the dais. Known in the industry as a true talent seeker and keeper, she brings over 2 decades of multifaceted human resources and people management experience to the leadership team. Ms. Ganediwala orchestrates the comprehensive human resource strategy for JSW Realty, aligning complex talent frameworks with the company's vision for luxury, innovation, and sustainable design excellence. Over her distinguished career, she has held high-impact leadership roles across diverse sectors, including serving as Chief People Officer at Janajal, Head of HR at Oberoi International School, and Human Resources Business Partner at Oberoi Realty. Her broad perspective is further enriched by foundational international experience, including a tenure with the United Nations. An expert in the change management, talent transformation, and employee engagement, Ms. Ganediwala specializes in nurturing agile, creative, and high-performing corporate cultures. She holds a Bachelor of Management Studies from the University of Mumbai and an MBA in Human Resources from the Mumbai Educational Trust.
Last but not the least, we have with us Ms. Neeta Shingde, Senior VP Human Resources at Runwald Enterprises. Ma'am, I request you to kindly step up to the dais and take your seat. Ms. Neeta Shingde is a strategic and results-driven HR leader with over 30 years of diverse experience in human resources, organizational development, change management, and workforce management. She currently serves as a Senior Vice President and Head HR at Runwal Enterprises, leading HR operations for a workforce of over 1,200 employees. She is known for aligning HR strategies with business objectives, driving HR automation, strengthening employee engagement, and building high-performance workplace cultures. Under her leadership, the organization successfully earned the Great Place to Work certification consecutively for 3 years. With extensive expertise in talent management, industrial relations, compliance, performance management, and HR transformation, Ms. Shengde has played a significant role in creating performance-driven and people-centric organizational culture across the real estate sector.
This session will be moderated by Dr. Rahul Deshpande, who is an Associate Professor and Dean, Quality Assurance at NICMAR University, Pune. Bringing a powerful blend of academic rigor and practical experience, he holds a PhD from UMass Lowell and previously served at HPCL. Widely recognized for his vital contributions to the Indian Infrastructure Book of Knowledge, he is deeply dedicated to shaping future-ready talent pipelines. His proven ability to bridge the gap between academic frameworks and evolving industry demands makes his insights essential for today's discussion on capability building. We now request our session moderator, Dr. Rahul Deshpande, to kindly take over the session.
Yeah, that works. Thank you guys for that introduction and making us feel comfortable and welcome over here. I have a great opportunity here to learn from all the industry experts. In the morning, we had a wonderful session moderated by Dr. Amit Hire, and we got very good insights from all the experts over there. So my idea would be we continue that discussion and try to draw insights which are more real estate specific. That's my intention. Also, my intention is not to allow anybody to fall asleep also after such wonderful lunch. So we have a very dynamic panel over here, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. But it's a very apt title, the title which has been given to this particular panel, Blueprint to Brain Power. So when I looked at the word blueprint, it's a very wonderful word. So please indulge me a minute or so to go into NICMAR history. In the morning, Dr. Agrawal mentioned about the NICMAR history. NICMAR was formed in 1983, and the idea for formation of NICMAR was that we want to create a talent pool of project managers in the year 1983 so that engineers from India can participate in the projects which are happening in the Middle East. That's where the journey began. By the year 2000, you see infrastructure flourishing in India, and there are more opportunities, so the intake increased. By the year 2010, we started a program on real estate specific, so a postgraduate program in real estate and urban infrastructure management. It had its ups and downs, students from 40 to 80, but for past 2 years, we are enrolling 150 students in our real estate programs, and we are very proud of that. And real estate is going to be $1 trillion industry by 2030, we all know about that. So it's a very critical sort of a part of India's growth. India's becoming $5 trillion industry, so it's going to be a very critical sort of a part of that. Also, most of the infrastructure funding is coming from government, but here we are seeing a lot of private capital which is coming here. And that private capital should be spent wisely. Investor needs to make money over there. So these talent skills are slightly different than what you would imagine will happen in an infrastructure sector. So that's the kind of a contrast which I would want to sort of draw over there. And my first question, it will be to all of you. We can start with Apekshit, you. My first question will be, how would you want to sort of divide the real estate industry profiles, if I would want to call that, right from, let's say, land development, let's say then project appraisals, then maybe getting contracts in order, getting construction done, services done, eventually handing over, maybe if you're a commercial entity, maintaining asset management, corporate real estate. So these are vast number of profiles. So there is a talent gap, which we know. What is the talent gap? Which sector talent gap has? Can you divide it in a much better way than what I have done? So if you can answer that question, and then we can come to how we as an academics could fulfill that.
So I'll go with your experience first, and then we will move like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I hope it is audible. Yeah. I'll take a step back. You asked about the trillion-dollar industry.
Yeah.
I think to understand talent, you have to understand the industry, and let's compare it with, say, FMCG, which is very easily understandable. So FMCG has been an organized sector with some 8 to 10 key big players who have shaped the industry over last 1 century. Godrej has been doing FMCG from 1897 and similarly. So this is a very mature industry, and where the talent also used to flow in. So your graduates from IIMs and IITs used to go and work there. The best of the talent used to go to such industries which are established and then grow within those. In real estate, till recently, even today, it's not a very organized industry. And since it is not a very organized industry, you have some big players, sitting here today on the dais, but then you have many more, unorganized players who are not in the room today. There was no talent building for the industry that has happened because of this unorganized nature of the industry, and hence across the value chain there is a talent gap in my view. So do you have a flood of talent of people who can do land deals, who can negotiate with JV partners, who can arrive at what should the valuation of a deal be? No. Do you have talent of excellent people who can sell and give an outstanding customer experience of the biggest purchase that a person makes during their life? Not really. We have to borrow from automobile. We have to. So overall, since the industry is a very different industry and has been unorganized across the value chain, whether it is BD, whether it is sales, whether it is construction. So construction, while thanks to NICMAR and investment in engineering that the government made, and thankfully we had some outstanding colleges for building talent. But construction is a big puzzle. It has 30 Lego blocks that have to come together and then work together. Do all the 30 Lego blocks have awesome talent coming in? It's a physical intensity. You have to go to the site, get the work done at the site. Is the best talent choosing these physically draining activities? Till now, doesn't look like. And yeah, that's why I think NICMAR was founded, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Project managers. There is a dearth of good project managers in the industry. So yeah, the talent gap is because of the nature of the industry, the way it has been shaped over the past few years. Hopefully with now more centralization and big players coming in, maybe in another 5 to 10 years we should have better talent. That's how I would want to.
Great. So across the board is the answer. You would want to add to that. Or any specific area you would find that there's more talent gap compared to?
So, I mean, I would like to put it in a slightly different way. I mean, these are when the postgraduates are coming out of NICMAR, and this is a kind of a feedback that I have gathered from various of my batchmates or people who have hired, etc. And that's why I'm actually a founder member of Association of Global NICMARians also, which is the alumni body of NICMAR. And that's why we also, as me also, we have thought about this, and when we were looking at doing some gratitude funding, etc., we had thought about this as one area where we should really focus. Is these some of these skills which require, which are taught, but there is not enough on-job training. So something like that. All these days now, there's a lot of software-based project management or MSP, Primavera, those are there. But now people are moving to BIM and various levels of BIM, etc. So those skill sets which are there, I think that some kind of a bridging gap, although the current crop, they are aware of these things, but if somebody is given a direct posting at the site, adopting to that and immediately as they say hitting the ground running. So
right.
Yeah. So that is something, that kind of a gap is something which we could figure out, that is something which needs to be filled. Of course, that's one thing. The other thing, as Apekshit also said, that when somebody is learning project management, and this is hardcore construction project management, right? So the mindset that the kids come out with is that being a manager, I'll probably sit in an office, right? But I mean, I can tell from my own career trajectory that initial few years, sorry, I spent almost 23 years in the industry, and about 8 years I was actually doing hardcore project management. Then I moved on to the banking side of things, into asset management and whatnot. Then later on I'm on my own now. So all those things, I mean, the initial hard work that needs to be put is something which, that mindset, as a mindset, that thing needs to get inculcated, because they have chosen to study civil engineering, which is core, or any of the core fields of engineering, and expecting that immediately I'll get into a site, not a sideways job, but a AC office, is something which, as a mindset, needs to change. And I think that also gets driven nowadays, I think at least in the post-COVID area, that everybody has devices, everybody is working on those devices. So it becomes difficult, to get their attention out of those devices and actually on the side. So that is one area. I don't know how NICMAR can immediately start changing that, but yes, that mindset change is something which has to come. And then also happens that people want to get into a certain kind of job, say evaluation or project appraisals. These kind of things, they need some initial understanding of the subject. Only then one can start getting into these higher level skills. These skills can obviously be taught, but before having a certain level of ground understanding, moving in directly into that, probably you might not get the right results. Then what happens is they end up learning on the job a lot of times. So it's like an additional learning experience for them, maybe a year and a half.
Right.
So that is something which I've kind of observed right now.
Right. So there are two things here. One is there is an across the board gap in the talent which is available. Second thing, which is whatever talent available is not also fully cooked talent. So that fully job readiness is not available. So coming to you, Shushma ma'am, the question would be, is real estate industry job profiles a secret? There are so many people who could join the real estate industry, and we are getting an enrollment of 150 is what I'm saying. What I'm hearing from you is, if I forget about the unorganized sector, if I just stick to the organized sector, I think there are enough jobs to be sort of given, but probably the difficulty is finding motivated students who would want to take this job. So as a industry, real estate industry, what can we sort of do to come to that particular thing? Do you find that there is a need for talent development, if that is the question which I would, when I say talent development, that people should be attracted towards doing a real estate job. In the morning also we had a session, women getting into construction kind of a thing. So I think real estate, if I look at the sort of across the board profiles, there are many places where women can also come in there. So do you think we need to do more, or what can be done, or what you are doing in terms of attracting talents?
So I've been with this group for almost 15 plus years, and I've seen the change. As I was a part of retail when I started my career with Aditya Birla Group. I moved to chemicals, which is again a manufacturing, a very setup kind of a thing, and then I moved to real estate. I see a lot of changes. In real estate, in retail, when I was hiring for through campus, you can actually place them because it was much more organized than what it was in the past. With real estate, it's still not there. Also, the orientation of students while they move from campus to corporate, their understanding is very different. When we hired the last year, and I told them, construction is core. This is not a job, a role that you can do work from home. It is going to be on the floor. So if COVID strikes, everybody dies. This is basically construction. They got into the system. I told them, as a part of induction, they were moving to sites. They were trying to understand what's happening. At the end of the induction, the program that we had, when I started interacting with them to understand, their only understanding was that they would sit on a laptop with contracts and costing and strategic. So we have evaluation scheduled the next week, and I had two of my trainees coming up to me and asking me why is it that we are not a part of the strategic decision making committee. And I was wondering what is it that you want to. So they said I have done contracts, I understand all of it, and I can negotiate, I can close. So when it goes to the CEO, when it comes for signing, why is it not discussed with me? I was surprised. I said it 1 year, and we've not really actually focused on training them because we've been moving them from roles to roles. I was wondering. I said, okay, let's sit and understand. So this orientation of them to understand that this is not a role that they would just get through the first year or the second year is something that the campus has to actually support us on. So I've been doing recruitment for almost 15 plus years, and I think there's this mismatch which the campus should enforce. They should let the students know that civil engineering and construction is all hardcore. You can get into construction, learn construction, then move to back-end roles. So I think,
So there's an expectation mismatch,
yes,
which
yes.
it was spoken about in the morning itself as well. That exists. What the student is looking for and what kind of an educational background he is coming from, what profile he has applied for. So that expectation mismatch is there. And we
also,
need
when
to
they get confirmed, they are, because they are from NICMAR or from premier institutes, they're tagged as manager. So their expectations, once they're tagged as manager, changes completely from what the expectation of the organization is. So I think that is something that even we as an organization are working towards.
Right. Same question, talent gap, what can be done?
Sure. So I would have, a couple of different buckets in which, we all collectively should think. So, as Apekshit said that, it's not an organized, industry in the first place, and we have to understand that even every organization, every company is run very differently, and it is still heavily promoter driven. Like there'll be probably a bunch of us who would, fall under a bucket of corporate real estate per se. So that kind of that push-pull factor that is there is very, very, evident and strong. So I personally do feel that, while we have the core of construction and real estate being addressed by, a lot of institutes like NICMAR, a lot of the pre and the post is something where I feel there's a very big, professionally, so to say, able members to join us. Like for example, today we have to just pick up business development. Business development is not really tagged as business development. I think all of us, if you just have to take a vote here, we all will have different names for it. Ultimately, the outcome may be the same. So, and at the same time, they are so high risk decisions, having huge financial impact. So, all the more it becomes very imperative that we have, people who are trained or who at least have the mindset to be able to think in a particular way. Again, unfortunately, our industry doesn't have like a ready-made handbook saying that, okay, this is something which kind of, applies. Every few kilometers, I would say the rules change. So, how does one really even, keep up to that? So, I think it's kind of, an amalgamation of multiple aspects which need to be addressed over kind of, course of the period, which I feel, leaders like you in academia are able to at least, collect and say, okay, what is it that you want us to do? Okay. I would like to echo this aspect about expectations naturally. So what we do differently at JSW Realty is that right from, be it somebody who's joining us fresh from campus or even, lateral members, we lay it out openly that what really is or how your day is going to look like, how your journey in the short term at least is going to look like with us. And should there be any kind of disconnect, we're very happy to say let's park here and we'll kind of come back. So in fact, this is the first year when JSW Realty participated in the campus at NICMAR, and we kind of had like a session right in the start, open to all, that this is how it's going to be, and it's going to be on the ground. Okay, giving you one example, we spoke about diversity in the morning. So we had a very active aspirant. She said, I want to be a part of this team. I really love the background, etc., what the head gave, etc. And then we almost kind of told her that you will have to be on the site at least 4 times in the interview. And then the 4th time she said, I don't think I'm comfortable now. So it was that whole pressure that we create. So even that was one feedback which I wanted to take back to you and the seniors, that whole peer pressure that exists at the time of placements. If there is some kind of activity which can be done, I do not know. I personally am quite a spiritual person. I like to follow some practices. So maybe if that's some takeaway which can be given, because this generation, in general, I feel while they have all the information, they're still a little lost. So it's very, very important for us to give them some kind of channeling and direction. So I think that's what I would like to
Yeah, very
about.
good points. Mindset points has come, I think, in the morning itself and to now also. So Neeta ma'am, would you want to share some thoughts on that?
So I agree to what she has just made a point.
Did you have a microphone?
Am I audible? Yeah. So I agree to what she has just mentioned, Chaitali. And moreover, I feel that with institutions, with colleges, with folks coming from various faculties, and specifically if we have to talk about constructions, we as a senior team should more promote internship programs with these students so they can be a part of our industry for 2 months, 3 months, whatever time frame, and we should make them ready for the next 2 years or 3 years program that they are with the colleges or institutions, so that they get those relevant exposures, because I feel that cross-functional exposures is also equally important when they step into industry. As we mentioned, that FMCG is a very, very organized industry, and when we talk about real estate being a promoter-driven company, still a brick and mortar kind of industry, it is very important that we imbibe, we put into their minds that this is an industry where you have to be on the ground. You need to have those core experiences because things are evolving at a very fast pace. And when things are evolving at the fast pace, there are a lot of ground realities, approvals. There's so many other areas which you need to consider. And for that, preparedness is very, very important. And for us as leaders, we need to handhold these students, these people, or these folks who are going to come up with us and join us. While there is so much of change and we talk about the gap that is there within the talent that we are looking forward for, a combination of core industry expertise as well as now in terms of the digitech and all the property tech things is so much so confusing for the new entrants to come in. Whether they have to be really technologically savvy with all the tools that we are talking about, or is my core area more important? I would say a combination of these two is equally important, which will take them through a long journey as far as our industry is concerned. When we talk about so many other functions like sustainability on the ESG part of it, now these are the areas which are very new. We ourselves as industry folks, we are actually grappling and trying to see those talents, and it's becoming so much so difficult. At Runwals, we have participated into the GRESB certifications in last 3 years, but we are still struggling for a talent to come up from that particular specific niche area that we are talking about. Even if we talk for project management, entire cross-functional exposures that we are talking about is very, very difficult to find. But yes, we do still look out. But when we realize that, of course, we need this kind of exposures, we need to build that. And the time needs to be given to these entrants to, help them into all these kind of cross-functional areas. We have done a lot of programs with Unvals where we are, helping all these new entrants into various functions, take them through different areas. So if I have to tell you that there are, in the PMO, the Project Management Office, we have architects, we have people who come from, I would say, the normal BMS kind of. It's not required that you need to be from a core civil engineering background. You need to have the understanding. You need to, develop that kind of subject understanding about our industry, and I think that will make a lot of sense. If you ask our promoters, are they all engineers? I don't think across industries that they are all engineers. But they have been dealing with land acquisitions. They are the best negotiators. Ultimately, land acquisition is what? Understanding the feasibility, understanding what profitability comes across to the table again. So when these concepts are so clear with our promoters, owners, or the leaders who are there, who are leading the industry now, I think this is a journey that we all need to travel together. I feel that's how it should be.
Right.
Yeah.
Very, very good points about even non-engineers being part of this particular real estate fraternity, which we are all trying to aspire to. My next question would be, it's maybe perhaps a bad analogy. Everybody, a new kid who is now growing up today, he would want to be a Vaibhav Suryavanshi and play for an IPL team. He doesn't want to play football. He doesn't want to play table tennis. So I would sort of say computer or IT is the IPL, and then all other industries, manufacturing, maybe soccer or something like that, and then perhaps civil engineering could be a little bit further down, table tennis or archery or whatever it is. I don't know what's a good analogy over there. My question to you is, this is a very good field. I have been part of this for last 10 years. You all are doing well. Maybe you accidentally came into this profession also. What could we do to sort of attract the talent? As a NICMAR, Gaurav Bajpayee is also here. What we have done is we have ran a competition for civil engineering students to try to innovate on some civil engineering problem, and we have given them MacBooks and all those as a first prize. And we got a decent response, not a good response, decent response. But what more could be done to sort of attract the talent? It's such a great industry. What can we do to get the next Vaibhav Suryavanshi to sort of come over here? Yeah, please. Anyone, but please, yeah, go ahead.
Shall I?
Go ahead.
So the first point that comes to my mind is that we don't have Vaibhav Suryavanshis of real estate.
Yeah.
So we don't have role models that are talked about. We don't have role model roles.
We don't have Sunil Gavaskar. We don't have Vijay Hazare.
So I don't know how much role modeling happens. I'm not sure of how NICMAR does it, but getting people who, for example, like his profile, who did 8 to 10 years of hardcore work, and then now where he has reached, getting people to interact with them, showing them that this is also an amazing career that you can have. So I think people don't know. Nobody, as you rightly said, nobody dreams of becoming a project manager or real estate. They would want to become a real estate tycoon, but they won't want to, be on the construction line. They won't want. So nobody dreams about it. And the reason is there is no glamour attached to this role. There is glamour in, business. There is glamour in sales and marketing. There is glamour in FMCG. And why is there no glamour? Because people don't have stories that they relate to. So I think what NICMAR can do is give those stories out. Talk about the last 40 years. Where are your alumni? How amazing careers they have had. I think nothing better to attract people. Competition is a good way, but I think talking about outstanding stories of NICMARians and the careers that they have had, how they built everything from the scratch, worked on the field, because only those people would have grown is what my hypothesis is. So it will bring the two, right now parallel axes together. I think there is a glamour axis on which we are really, really, behind, and then there is a expectation, entitlement. You can choose the word you want to choose,
but there is an expectation, entitlement, what should I work on? So these are not matching right now. If you have to bring them together, iska glamour thoda upar karna padega, and that can be done by both when you are taking the folks in, very clearly telling them the kind of career they have, and then glamorizing that career through role models and through success stories.
Yeah, because when this Chenab bridge was made a year ago, and everybody was celebrating the geotechnical engineer from IISc Bangalore and all those. So there are role models, but they are short-lived for 1 or 2 days or things like that. But that does not continue as such. But anybody would want to take that. How do you attract?
I think, what the point that he raised is something which really to be thought about, right? I mean, not much gets written about or published about people who have done well in this field. So, as he rightly said, there is no Vaibhav Suryavanshi because it is not advertised at. Right? I mean, there are people who have done a lot, who have built Chenab bridges, or who has done the, the connect between missing link, and and all any kind of things, right? I mean, Atal Setu was such a
marvels,
So there are people who have delivered that, right? They may be NICMARians, may not be NICMARians, but there is not enough said about them. Only people who came and inaugurated were probably the politicians and the people who had actually were actually looking at it from a monitoring angle, not the people who have delivered it, right? They were never in any news bite or anything like that. So I think that's a very good idea, and that is something which NICMAR can also through Agni or through their own alumni initiatives try and build that, so that they can attract more people, more kids coming to them. At the same time, other point of view is probably, again, as he rightly said, call it entitlement or call it whatever, but there is a lot of talent which is sitting in the second tier cities, right? Who are studying in the colleges in the second tier cities and who are hungry. Right. I say that because I have seen a lot of these Gen Z from the affluent families. Now all of cities that way, if you look at it, I would still call them affluent families. So they have everything in their hands. So again, that mindset or that requirement of that hunger to perform is probably not there. So I think that is another place that you should look forward to. That should be your kind of hunting grounds.
Right. Anybody else wants to? Because when you go to colleges, etc., you are competing. NICMAR is a different story, but you go to an IIT, you are competing with EY or somebody in NICMAR also, for that matter, Deloitte, or you're competing for talent from all other companies, different profiles. So how do you sort of say, okay, this is my attractive proposition, you should come, the best talent should come to us? Any pitch you would want to sort of make?
So I'll take it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So while we visit college campuses and while we are also connected with various colleges and institutions, we normally take opportunities to be at their forums to talk about this industry, so much so that apart from even core constructions, there are various other functions wherein people who would like to get into the office or a table job look into more, they're more keen on strategy, they are more keen on the feasibility side of it, understanding how we get into, the profitability part of it and stuff like that. We try and promote them to take these small steps which are going to lead them to finally a 2 years or a 3 years path to that particular stage. And we more often talk about it, get them to the table, we ask them to tour with us at our construction sites, we allow them to have a complete, induction or orientations about our projects, etc. More often the recent program that we did was with our South Mumbai project called as 7 Mahalakshmi, which is about 325 meters height project, and where a lot of students, and fortunately we have VGTI college which is very close to us. So we have invited those students. There are a lot of internship students who are there with us, and at the same time we allow them for a 2 days tour across our projects also to see what kind of industry speaks about it. One side is the product, your lifetime investments that a customer is putting in here, and how do we actually take them through this entire journey right from investing this amount till taking the possessions of this particular investment or their lifetime earnings that they have put in here, and which is more helping them to attract in different various functions other than the core constructions. Of course, when we talk about constructions, you're more targeting from the civil engineering side, but there are a lot of other techno-commercial areas, the support functions that are there, whom we try to promote it more, motivate them more, to help them and understand. I myself come from instrumentation engineering side of it. I was never ever connected with the civil part of it. While I was colleging or while I was in the polytechnic, civil was like,
Right.
it was
I'm a civil
something like,
engineer, I know.
yeah. So it was more of, I mean, sorry to say that, but I'm just trying to express this thing कि क्या feeling होता है उस time पे. So it was more of getting into, I mean, the students used to aspire to get into chemical engineering, production, and then it was more of electronics, computer science, and all these areas where, they had their first aspirations to get in, and civil was, chalo theek hai, electrical ya civil kar leta hoon. But right now it is totally turned to the other side. People are looking at our industry very, very constructively. They are looking forward that yes, there is money here, we are paid well here, they are valued here. Their cost engineering, value engineerings, which will help them, their techno-commercial skills, their feasibility angles are helping them to grow within this particular industry. And as leaders, we must promote this, and we must go to the colleges and institutions to promote this industry. So going forward, I feel those IIMs and those B schools grads who are there, they look forward to get into our industry. It was extremely difficult. I have spent almost 14 years now with Runwal Enterprises. Let me tell you, it was very hard in terms of marketing our industry to these B school grads. It was extremely, extremely difficult. Getting people or getting students or getting candidates from McKinsey's, from the Bains and Company, and all these kinds of consultancies were extremely difficult. We had to promote, we had to market. I had to sit for 2 to 3 hours sitting with this candidate and taking them through the entire journey. Let me tell you, it's a tough job, but you will have to step into it. When you have taken this profession, when you have taken this challenge as an HR leader for this particular industry, you will have to make it. And you will have to take it as a challenge and put it across, and I'm sure it's going to make it. There are so many incumbents who have now joined in the strategy function, and they are really adding value to the system. These folks are now bringing in the digital aspects to the functions that are there. So I think this will evolve. Furthermore, there will be good number of people who will be joining us. Yes, we will have to give it a shot.
Right. We need champions
Yes.
like you who would really fight for that.
Yeah, we need to do that.
It
takes time.
Yeah,
but
all,
yes,
all
you
of
have
you are
to.
working towards that. So now an easier question for, if you want to add, please.
I just wanted to give one little thought for all of us here. I think, we have to give a little bit of credit to the design side of things, in our industry, because that has helped us get into the glamorizing the quotient a bit. Today when you talk about structures, they're very different. If you just talk about it, about a decade and a half back, we were all, we've been in the kind of, business for long, but even if we don't even look at another company, even if we look at our own products, back what they were maybe 10 years back, and what they are now and what they're going to be in the future. So I think that's very important, to focus on design as an aspect, and also create. I mean, I'm still maybe I'd like to understand what the curriculum is. If there is a core design thinking as a subject, which can be because that helps students to actually think differently. You talk about so many different architects and international firms. Why do we refer to them? It's not that we don't have the intelligence or the expertise, but they were bold enough to do it out there. And that's a platform which I feel all of us are able to give to our students. So it's just about, communicating that to maybe, to start with institutes like yours, and then eventually, go down to maybe, where we have our GETs and DETs coming in. And somewhere I feel maybe quite a broad thought just comes in while I speak, that maybe even, design schools and management schools like yours, they kind of, talk. So, that really would be a true integration and a cross-functional thing, Like say if I have to talk about maybe a SEPT, they've been around for a while.
Right.
Still prestigious. Like, we spoke about IITs, IIMs, going. So, that kind of, some kind of an integration also is something which we as, industry people should try and push and say, hey, we'll be ready to, accept something like this. So, just wanted to leave that as a part.
Amazing, actually. I mean, you're trying to sort of push them and trying to attract them. They're sort of pulling them, kind of a
That's
story
important.
over there. Because in the morning also we had this thought of why. The Gen Z wants to know why. Why should I get into a real estate? Okay, I get to design these buildings. I get to deliver something which is world class to the people. So I think that's a very important sort of pull strategy.
Like today, when you say that initially when there was a design, if the engineer says no, it's not possible to be constructed, the architect had to go back and work. Whereas now I'm seeing that change. Whereas it's the construction and the structural and all the MEP guys. No, you have to make it work. If I can think it, you can build it.
Right.
So that is the kind of shift which we are experiencing. So
Yes.
we should encourage that.
Yeah, definitely.
Can I just
Yeah,
add one
please.
point? So again, this is for the HR
Yeah.
departments here. That the same kind of storytelling which we were talking about can be done within the organization also. And setting up expectations from a perspective when you hire a new trainee, right? If you could kind of discuss with them that you have to spend so much amount of time, learning the hoops, and then this is a trajectory which we can see you already being there. So probably that will get them to put those initial foundation years.
Like MBBS programs with a compulsory rural
Yeah.
component, and then you get to open whatever clinic you would want to do that.
So we've actually done that. So we've actually carved a 7-year a plan for all cadres, be it for sales, CRM, operations, and we've actually told them. So generally, when we hire a site engineer or maybe a site lead for a project, we look at an experience for about 15 to 20 years experience with a certain company with high-rise experience and design and cross-functional understanding. Here we tell them that this is a 7-year plan. We will place you, we will train you, we will push you, we'll put you on workshops, sessions, all of it. At the end of the 7th year, you will decide whether you are capable. So there's a plan in place. So we've actually tried glamorizing this program for them, and we hope we see some. When we say about organized, real estate,
Right.
we think, this talent will help us. Not us, but someone of us.
Things percolate. Things tend to percolate.
Yes,
So
yes.
they will definitely
Yes.
help. So great to hear about all the initiatives all of you are taking. Now it's an easier question for all of you. The question is now what we can do as an academics, as an NICMAR institute in particular, but in general what academics can do. So you mentioned about talent gap in terms of mindset also was one thing which is there. But you hire people from NICMAR. Do you see any gap where we could come in, try to bridge that gap, pay more attention to a certain area? There's something which is lacking, awareness of certain technology, awareness of a certain skill, if there's something which is there. Or in general, your observation about any new hire. You can start, or yeah.
So when we talk about hiring from NICMARs, students who have joined us majorly, they have their own perspective that they have already built in, and then they come with those kind of expectations with us. So it's very important that we run through a very, very strong orientation program with them, and that's how we take them through. Fortunately, these NICMARians whom we have enrolled with us, they are more structured for our specific 2-3 functions that we have. One is on the costing budgeting areas, the estimation side of it, a complete cost optimization programs where they have their mindset already, they have perceived those finic ideas about, these particular areas that are there. So what we do is we put them into these niche functions. We also run a buddy program while they enter with us, or rather it is for every new entrant within our company. And there's an hand-holding program of at least 2 months for the small doubts, the small areas that are there which needs to be clarified. The first 2 months which are there, which are very critical for any new entrant to the company. And when we have this buddy program, the mentor helps them with all these different and small questions that they have. We also involve them with all the decision-making areas. We cascade. So any AOP plan is cascaded to the last person in the company. So a supervisor at that particular site is aware कि ये महीना मुझे कितना slab करना है. And this NICMAR students are completely aware कि अगर इतना होना है तो कितना खर्चा है, कितना saving होना चाहिए. What is the savings that I need to really focus upon? The entire theory that they have gone through with this 2 years program is where they have to channelize and think over where this has to be applied, how I can value, and there's a solid recognition program that you have to build in to recognize when they come up with their suggestions and their ideas. So anything that is coming from them is always welcome because they come with more digitized approach, theoretical approach, and now while they are here on field, when they are understanding the ground realities about any constructions, and there are some spark that they already have and they have already come up till these many learnings, and of course 2 years with NICMAR, they definitely come up with these few things which really works with us in a small way or a big way, which when you give a recognitions, they definitely put it forward. So I would say the thought that which I would like to rest with all you folks is that whenever we are hiring team members, build a very strong structured program for these people so that they don't get time to think here on the left or right hand side. They know कि मेरे को यही करना है. अगर मेरे को 6 महीने 6 months I have to do costing, budgeting, I have to get into first estimation for going into all the commercial areas, and then I have to sit with my site team members to say कि yes, we can work it out in this manner. Because the site experiences which our folks are having at the construction site, they are very much focused. If there are any alternatives, if there are any different technologies, if there is anything which the competition is doing differently and which can be adapted here in our processes. So this becomes a true, a collaborative discussions for them to say that what can be done the best out of the learnings that they have had. So I think these are small things that we have adapted. Probably we can look at it.
Right. You have already mentioned 2 things, design thinking. I think we do to an extent some design thinking, and you mentioned mindset also earlier. Anything else you would want to, what academic institutes like us do to prepare these engineers in a better way? If you have experience with NICMAR graduates, what we can do to improve them?
So as I mentioned that, it's the very first time that we have, gone to the campus. Our first batch has just joined us 2 weeks back, but it's not that we've not had, lateral members who've joined us, at various, with very different kinds or different years of experience. So we've, like recently what we've done is, we tried and, kind of buddied, the current members with a couple of them who are, previous NICMARians. So naturally, there is that kind of acceptance, that yeah, this is one of us, though they are in a new environment, they're also young, still, kind of like, okay, what do we do? And one thing what we've always kind of, told them is that don't be in the training zone, be in the learning zone. You're already working from day one, move out of that student mindset, and, you are now the owner of that process. So we've given them that comfort that, okay, mistakes are allowed. Because that is, I think, one of the biggest things which, students feel. And I think that's a message which we need to ensure that we are coming and reiterating to the campus, at different points in time. A couple of other things is that, NICMAR, of course, it ends with research as a thing. So I'm not sure how much of research projects are really encouraged for various reasons. Of course, practically we all know, how research is looked at. But if that is something, which can be further nurtured, as ma'am also said about, some way incentivizing in some way, or if industry can, hold some kind of scholarships for, these kind of, research programs, because that helps the students to get into the phase of, the next practice. We're always used to, being in the best practice zone, whereas what really is the next? And this, I should really, actually give credit to my MD, because she thinks like that, she always been somebody who wants to not really follow the paths, and she's like, why can't we do this? You know, we'll be like, oh, the industry experts are saying A, B, C, D, so I still want to do this, you know. So I think that is something which I think, you know, I would like to carry, and I would, you know, be happy to participate with, you know, institutes like yours. That how can we change that? That I think would be, you know, very, very important.
Very good, pertinent point. I would just like to point out that we have a PhD program. We have 55 candidates who are pursuing PhD with us, and if I'm not wrong, most of them have more than 10 to 12 years of experience. And they are all working on industry problems, so whatever industry they are working with. So we are trying to get to their problems, convert into a PhD, because you are solving PhD level problems every day, but we are not documenting it as much. So I think if we are able to do that, it's a very good suggestion. Research culture, trying to innovate, not trying to follow the chosen path. I think that's a very good sort of a suggestion. We'll definitely work on that. Ma'am, you would want to...
So if you
what
ask
can
me,
we do?
Yeah, so you know, internship is something that is mandatory, and most of the students, they just go to, you know, any company and just get their 2 months, 3 months, 4 weeks done, and they're back. I would want, you know, maybe core construction to be a part of the syllabus. You know, maybe 3 months for them to understand what construction is, and not you know, maybe contracts or, you know, the back-end functions, but core construction, civil engineering. Because majority of them, the ones that we hire, are civil, and then they're in construction. I would want the campus to actually enforce, you know, this experience for them to understand what is it that the organizations are expecting. So you know, this is something that...
Yeah, internship, rigorous internship.
So not internship, actually a part of the curriculum is what I expect.
Right, we'll work on that. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think you have been through our program also.
So, I think one of the gaps that Apekshit said was about the sales side of things, and especially in the real estate sales, right? So if I'm not sure whether NICMAR has a program on selling real estate. So I think that
we have a real estate marketing course. We have digital marketing. We have those courses, but how much justice we are doing, we can definitely look into that.
Right. So I was not really aware about that, but if that is one place which, you know, a lot of realtors look at that kind of talent, who understand nitty-gritties of, you know, construction and the interior finishes, but don't really have a sales side.
Sales side, okay.
And I say sales, not the marketing.
Right, got it.
The sales. Because I mean, selling is a very different skill set, right? You need to be a thick-skinned guy to go and sell.
Yeah, so that's one area.
Something on those lines can be really thought about.
I really echo that. Echo that.
We'll definitely make a note of it. We have a specialized real estate program with 150 students in that, but sales is something which we'll definitely try. If we need inputs, we'll reach out to you also. Yeah.
So I'll say, you know, there's this position, let's say tower in charge. That's the, you know, somebody who's in charge of construction of that tower. And there are two types of talents who can fill that. One is a graduate from NICMAR who we can give that position, or I'll take laterally 7-8 years of experience who has been you know, in the industry for 7-8. So this is the gap that you have to bridge for us. How do you condense 7-8 years of experience so that the person who joins us from NICMAR is ready to take that role, because that's who they are competing against. Is technical you know, knowledge and training the answer for this? I don't think so. That is the case, and I think that's where NICMAR has to completely reimagine their course. It's extremely heavily dependent on theory, and I think not more than 5-10% of it is on experience. I think it should be at least 50-50, if not more. Because, and to give you some numbers, I've been hiring from NICMAR for last 3-4 years, and good numbers. Like this year, 92 people will join my zone, you know, in July. Last year, 46 people. So I have doubled the intake. I'm seeing, you know, benefit, and hence I'm, you know, investing this much. But there is a clear gap. They are too technical, or, you know, too involved in learning the technical side of things. And when it comes to, experiencing the site. If a work front is not working, what should I do? Do they have the skill that can they, go and influence the vendor? Can they influence, the labor contractor? I think these are life skills that are required to actually do the job, which they have zero experience of.
Right.
So really exposing them throughout the 2-year, their tenure of working with you to actually the job that they will end up doing, hopefully. So whoever, I think in your real estate or construction management program, even if they have desires and expectations to take AC offices, etc., I think you should expose them to really hardcore, on the field, be there for at least 365 days out of the 365 into 2 days that they are with you. So at least 50% they should be at site. You can partner with all of us.
Right.
We'll be happy to give you not internships, but really long-term, immersive for choice set of employees. I can do it for like 20-30 people that you work as a part-time employee for us for 2 years and really learn what are the volcanoes that erupt
Right.
from day to day, because that is something which is completely missing, and that is why we are not finding that people want directly NICMARians to come and take that role, because they like ये 7-8 साल के volcanoes देखे नहीं है.
Right,
So I think that's the experience that I would request that
Yeah,
you
I think
completely reimagine your.
I think it's a very good suggestion. The decision making tends to be lesser. Okay, this is a scenario which I am analyzing, it's on the paper, and the real decision making, influencing the outcome. I think that's a very good word which you have used. I think influencing is missing. We will definitely take your offer on that and we'll try to incorporate. We have done juries, etc., but which don't give them the same flavor as what are the volcanoes which are erupting over there. So very good suggestion for us. Now very just getaway question, very simple getaway question. So last question, which was supposed to ask what your message for the students is, was the question. But yesterday I was listening to some podcast and I came across that there were lots of commencement speeches which were happening in the US. People are graduating and there's a commencement speech which is going on. Somebody like Eric Schmidt or somebody goes and gives a talk over there and they mentioned the word AI. As soon as the word AI is used by the commencement speech maker, there's a loud booing by the students. Students don't like the word AI. They have done their assignments using AI, but they don't want to hear the word AI coming from the commencement speech guy. It might be a different industry, computers or whatever it is. But just to we heard about mindset, we heard about being agile in the morning, we heard about being ready for, fungible is the word which we also heard in the morning. AI is a word. So there are two parts of the questions you can sort of take in two parts. One is, do you think AI will reduce your dependency on the workforce? That's one question, which could attract booing. There are very few students here, but it could attract booing. Will it reduce the workforce requirement? That's part one. Part two, what students can, how can they leverage AI? Apeksha, you would want to start? Yeah, go ahead.
So I think AI is a tool,
yeah.
In my view, and I think the overall job role will evolve. It is not, and jobs have been evolving for industries across the ages. So I don't see that AI will destroy all the jobs, and not at all subscribing to that thought process. I think it will be a big tool that will be there in the arsenal of each of the new joiners that they join. It can help them with research, with upskilling faster than we could have, with communication. In ages, I don't think in last 2-3 years I have drafted a full email myself. Just give some bullet points and something good, awesome comes out. So use it like a tool. Definitely get extremely fluent in it, because we shouldn't be ostrich and put our hands in the sand. Become extremely fluent in AI, and I think it will really help. I continue to subscribe to the thought that earlier IQ and cognitive skills used to be thought that they are the ones which will differentiate talent. I think everyone who's coming into NICMAR will have table stakes IQ. Everyone will have IQ quite close to each other. Similarly, AI is a tool which is available to all. And hence, the more you engage with it, the more you learn, it will become a big tool for you. I think my recommendation to students will be to work on EI, which is emotional intelligence. I think work on your, how resilient can you become, how how you can improve your influencing, how you can develop a growth mindset. These are the pieces I think students need to think of instead of being afraid of AI, and definitely not be proud of their IQ. I think, and that will address the entitlement and expectation piece. That's my two cents.
Anybody else wants to?
I think continuing Apekshit's thought, I think it's very important that a lot of times we've started isolating a hard skill with the soft skill, whereas it has to be a blend. So today something as simple as how do you really communicate with the stakeholder. So that's also a very important skill that I think even we are developing as we are also kind of progressing in our career. So definitely it's very important. I mean today maybe a fresh student, he might have to talk to a contractor. Maybe in the same day might have to talk to somebody who's at a CXO level, he's just visiting the site, and or might have to talk to somebody from the sales, or there's a client coming in. So that kind of agility, that kind of movement of thought is very important, because you have to be presenting the right thing to the right stakeholder. So I think this has to be not really a demon. It has to kind of I mean, it's like the fear of the unknown. So instead of making it difficult, it's about like, okay, this is only going to help us progress. Like we went from actual arithmetic to calculators to computers to Excel. So it's just about creating that sense that this is a tool, as you rightly identified. It's something which you have to run it. It doesn't have to run you.
Right.
So it's about orienting all of us, I would say. And this, in fact, I also encourage. Wherein I also talk to my seniors, my peers in the company, that we have to encourage younger people coming in, because that's really important. How much will we as an HR fraternity, or you as academicians, be able to create that? It's really the onus is on the people managers. And we were just having a discussion out there before we could step in here, that very conveniently we are tagged as human resources managers or heads, but it really we are like the co-partners of the business managers. So they are the ones, we have to enable them to be able to enable our students in turn. So that's what I would have to say in terms of AI per se.
Right. But do you, any one of you thinks that maybe there's a 10% jobs which are going to be replaced by AI? I see lots of advertisement which comes on YouTube which looks like AI generated. Maybe it's not the marketing person's head which is there, but there's some part of content creation has been offloaded to AI as such. So in your opinion, do you think in real estate sector in particularly, AI could do that per se?
I think our industry is, one, it's a long gestation industry.
Yeah.
And secondly, it's a tangible industry. It's not really a service.
Right.
So, only you could probably say the dependence, if I'm allowed to use the word dependence, would be till a certain extent where it's enabling me to do something else.
Right.
Whereas it's not something, wherein I will be able to replace.
Right.
I can't replace, a particular faucet with, AI. It has to be. I may show it virtually, from a sales point of view or a marketing point of view, but I will definitely need a physical space to kind of, be in. So maybe with our industry, with my
good news. So that's
No.
a good news to take away from this last sort of a getaway question from my side.
So one
yeah, please.
point that I would like to add here is being a core engineering field, right? Construction, the brick and mortar part of it can never be replaced by AI. Right? As she rightly said, it's a touch and feel thing, right? So there would be some processes which AI would help you automate or do it quicker. But say for example, I'll give you an example. How many of us pick up a phone call which is from a bot? We might pick up, but do we interact? No.
No.
Right? So will a sales bot be able to sell real estate? I don't think so. It will never be. So those jobs are not going anywhere. You have to have deal closures, right? Those jobs are not going anywhere. Can AI go to the site and pour concrete? Zilch.
Not yet.
No chance.
Right.
Right? Can planning be done by AI? Yes.
Yes.
Can
Designing.
contracts be designed by AI? Yes.
Yes.
But the core part will never be changed by AI. And I think I am happy, or rather, it's probably too late now for me to be happy also. But yes, people who have studied civil engineering and you are doing construction management, etc., they don't really need to worry about losing jobs to AI as of now.
I think, as you pointed out, movement from calculator to Excel, I think from drafting to AutoCAD, I think that's the kind of a journey which will take place. So anyway, my questions are over, but I'm sure someone in audience will have better questions than what I have posed to you. So maybe we can take a couple of questions from the audience if they would want to jump in from the real estate perspective. Any questions? If we don't have, I think I have asked you very good questions till now, so probably there is no need to. Yeah, please go ahead, please. It's open forum. Yeah. Just mic.
Yeah, in the morning sessions also, we had heard this a couple of times, you have fresh talent today in the industry which are very reluctant to go to the site, and work hands-on. A lot of people express their apprehensions that why is this happening. So just wanted to know from the other side of the table that in your experience with so many years, been recruiting so many people from NICMAR and other institutes, what is the core thing you can assign to this, that this reluctance is due to the academia, the courses they have attended, the grooming they have gone through, or it's just a personal choice? What makes you think that there's a reluctance of people going and getting hands-on, or to choose a part of the construction industry which is related to very hardcore construction? Because most of the time you said the percentage also varies, like 80% of the people you find in tech-savvy fields in the industry, like planning, contracts management, material management, but you don't have site engineers or site project engineers taking up this, especially from NICMAR. So can you just shed some light on that?
I would like to go if it's okay. So I'm actually very happy. What's your good name, sir? Amit. Hi, Amit. Thank you for asking that question. I had somewhere in my notes had written that I think the word for that would be emulation. Because today the industry has not really shown, it has shown the glamour of an office, maybe not a glamour of a career, but I think it's very, very important that industry leaders and senior people are able to showcase that real work happens down there. So, and this is something again which stems from my MD, where she herself is very, very hands-on. She'll be on the site 4 times a week. So naturally when it's coming right from there, it becomes nature, and we actually say this to everybody who we interact in whatever manner, whatever format we have. And a lot of our senior members also are site-based. So I think it's just about kind of, showing it that, yeah, you walk the talk. So I think that's what I would have to say, and I'm fortunate that, my company is doing that. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking that.
Very nice question. I agree with Chaitali. Same is the case with Runwal Enterprises also. So many of our folks like quality heads, your safety head, your MEP services designs head, all these team members who are associated with the core construction are not part of our corporate office, but they are part of our site execution team, where there's continuous interaction with our core construction team members, and their involvement on a day-to-day basis is more interactive. They are adding more value. They are helping to resolve and give solutions at the table. So if you ask me if there is any issues related to designs, it's not that always a design or an architect person actually resolves this, but our site team members, with the help of all these team leaders, they actually get into, they resolve, they bring solution to the table, and then they reconfirm with the design architects. So that's the beauty of it. So I think I really resonate with what Chaitali has just now mentioned about. I think this is something that we can adapt. And in terms of new talent, we can always mention 3 areas which they can actually focus upon. One is in terms of building character. When we say character is something which we are talking about in terms of their adaptive nature, how agile they are in terms of learning, what is the mindset that they bring to the table. They have to be ready with whatever adversities and whatever problem solution nature that they may have to bring to the table, instead of cribbing about being or understanding the ground reality. Competencies, which is very, very important, definitely, while they are taken up this job roles. And in terms of the digital side of it, where they have to create a combination for themselves, so that while they go forward, while they move forward in their career path, they need to step up and move further to get onto the strategic side of it. But definitely the ground experience will add value to them as they grow in this particular construction field. And as far as NICMAR is concerned, I think we must promote more of execution, as rightly mentioned by all our senior team leaders who are sitting out here, that we need to add this thing to their academia, the entire curriculum that you are designing. Recently, or rather last year, we had joined hands with NICMAR, and we also introduced certification courses, and almost 200 plus engineers were part of this particular program. We divided it into 2, or rather bucketed into 2. One was for our future leadership programs, and one was for the construction, the entire techno-commercial know-how of it. So while these people are coming from core, which is the current reality that is there, we added the flair of the commercial aspects to it, understanding the cost efficiency and understanding what kind of savings that you will be able to bring to the table. So these were certain areas that we focused for those folks. In terms of the future leadership, it was all for the team leaders and above, up to, I think we had done it for VP level, I mean 1 level to the site heads down. And these programs help them to take through the entire other areas of constructions. So right from problem solving to giving solutions, finding solutions to it, whether it is going to be cost effective, how do they get into the areas and resolve those issues at the ground level, is something which took them through the entire thing. This was much, much appreciated by the entire construction team members who were there with us. So this was tailor-made along with them. So I think our involvement with NICMAR or with institutions will really help them to bring out these solutions to the table and bring out such kind of certificates. And this is much valued by all our folks in the industry, specifically from the construction and project management team. Thank you.
So your question was, why do you think people are not interested to join the site piece? Am I correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So one of the points that I would want to answer that is precisely the work environment that they will join if they join at site. So there is one office for Godrej which is next door. We are all sitting, and then there are site offices which are what? Porta cabins. With their level of infrastructure, sometimes the door hinge might be losing, whether it is clean or not. There is no storage. 20,000 papers are thrown. It looks like a dilapidated old working environment. So I think taking from the industry side, what industry has to do as HR professionals, what we should do is invest in at least giving a better office space to people who join us, because one part of the glamour is also the space that you end up working. Why will anyone want to work at site and that dilapidated porta cabin when they have an option of working at the corporate office and being in a swanky AC office? So one piece which we also should, and it's completely nonchalant, like people expect that site pe porta cabin hi hoga, you cannot ask or dream of it being even a decent office. So I think this is one piece which we are now recognizing and will work on. I would request that all of you also think about it. It is an investment from our side, but the kind of working space that we offer for the new person to join in adds to that attractiveness, and why should they eventually, what the value proposition for why should they end up joining the site. So unless you make, I really want to like double down on that glamour piece. Glamour is a distant piece. At least make it habitable.
Quality of life at
yeah,
least.
Make it a good office that you want to go to, and not कि पंखा चल रहा है, AC भी नहीं है, door टूटी है, window टूटी. This is the reality. Even for a company like ours, which is huge, but this is the reality, and this is what we are now trying to change. Hopefully, more people will want, because nobody wants to join the site, and hence we did a RCA of why nobody wants to join the site. The office was one of the big reasons that came.
Yeah, because most of the real estate sites, at least they are urban sites. Now, in that you should be able to provide a decent sort of a kind of a thing. And again, a lot of unorganized people where you will see all these broken hinges and all those things. But I think once we set up a standard, I think it will become an industry practice and it will be followed everywhere. I think, yeah, that's true. Maybe working hours also might be different at certain locations. Because of the nature of the work, you cannot stop a construction work in between compared to a corporate office which can shut down at 5:30. But I think there are ways, there are a lot of what they call miles to go. Miles to go is not a right word, probably few kilometers to go. We have done a good progress over last 100 years or so. Real estate industry is much different today compared to what it was maybe 20 years ago. And we can definitely make it better. The headline news is AI is not going to take away the job. That's a good news for NICMAR also, for our students also. There is a lot which we can do as an academic to sort of train our students, improve their mindsets, which we'll work on, give them a flavor of construction decision making so that they are able to concentrate to the, contribute to the industry as soon as possible, hit the ground running, so as to say. And then the industry is also very much welcoming them and trying to create an environment which is very welcoming. We heard all these stories and now physical infrastructure also. So I think very good days ahead for the real estate industry. And with that, I think we are finishing on time. Dr. Corner is happy.
Just one last
yeah,
point.
Yeah, please.
You know, when you don't have people who are willing to go to site, I think one story that you can sell is the organization structures at site are very independent. A same level person who is sitting in an office will have 6 levels to report to above him. Same, if he's a project manager at a site, he's at least 90% of the time not really reporting to anyone.
Right.
Yeah. Right? So that autonomy is something which is not known to a lot of
independent P&L probably also.
Correct.
Yeah, any alpha person would want to be part of that particular story. Yes. A very good point. With that, we will end this thing. Thank you for joining, allowing me to interact with you. It was a great privilege for me, and thank you. Thanks a lot. Round of applause, please.
With this insightful discussion on blueprints on brainpower reimagining talent for India's high-growth real estate ecosystem, we come to the close of the second panel discussion.
This discussion highlighted the urgent need to nurture future-ready talent that can drive sustainable growth, technological transformation, and human-centric development across the real estate ecosystem.
May we now invite Dr. Jonathan Koner, Professor and Dean, Career Services and Alumni Relations, NICMAR University, Pune, to kindly felicitate our expert panelist and session moderator. We kindly invite Mr. Apekshit Kare to accept the honor. Now invite Ms. Sushma Sharma.
I now invite Ms. Chaitali Ganeriwala.
now invite Mr. Neeta Shingde.
Last but not the least, I invite our session moderator, Dr. Rahul Deshpande, to accept the honors.
We sincerely thank our respected panelists for sharing their valuable insights and experiences with us, and for making this session truly enlightening. We also thank Dr. Rahul Deshpande for proficiently moderating today's discussion and facilitating such an enriching and insightful discussion. We thank our audience for your active participation in this thought-provoking discussion.
Kindly note that the valedictory function will begin immediately now. We request you all to remain seated and be with us for the function. Thank you.
May we have your kind attention? The valedictory ceremony is about to begin. Kindly take your seats and keep your phones on silent mode.
A very good evening to everyone. It is with great honor and deep gratitude that we, Akshata,
And Sanjay,
stand before you all today on behalf of NICMAR University, Pune, as we bring the HR Summit 2026 to a close.
much like the previous edition, the HR Summit 2026 has been a tremendous success. Over the course of this summit, we have witnessed insightful deliberations, inspiring perspectives, and meaningful exchanges on the future of talent in the built environmental ecosystem. The discussions on HR 5.0 for nation building have not only highlighted emerging challenges, but also paved the way for innovative and human-centric solutions for the industry.
This summit has truly reaffirmed the importance of collaboration between academia, industry, and thought leaders in shaping the next generation workforce for a stronger and more resilient nation. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests, esteemed keynote speakers, expert panelists, delegate, faculty, staff, and students whose enthusiasm and contributions made this event memorable and impactful.
On this occasion of the valediction of HR Summit 2026, we are privileged to have with us our chief guest, Mr. Amul Chavan, Head of Education Services, Hindustan Construction Company Limited, and Executive Director, NICMAR. Guest of honor, Mr. Balakrishnan, MD and Founding Partner, RBS Architectural Design Consultancy, and Agni Steering Committee Member. Guest of honor, Mr. Amit Mirajkar, Consultant, Hostmac India Private Limited, and Agni Steering Committee Member. The Vice Chancellor in charge and Chief Patron of HR Summit 2026, Dr. Anil Agrawal, and the Patron of HR Summit 2026, Dr. Janardhan Koner.
At the outset, we now request respected Dr. Anil Agrawal sir to kindly felicitate our honorable chief guest, Mr. Amol Sawan, on the day. We invite all the respected dignitaries to come on the day.
We invite Mr. Balakrishnan to kindly accept it.
We now invite respected guest of honor, Mr. Amit Mirajkar, to kindly accept the honor.
Thank you, sir. We would like to request Dr. Anil Agrawal to felicitate Dr. Janardhan Koner, the Patron of HR Summit 2026.
Now request respected Mr. Amol Sawan, Dr. Anil Agrawal, and Dr. Janardhan Koner to felicitate our four senior team members, Mr. Gautam Vikhyapatil, the Associate Director, Career Services, NICMAR University, Pune. We now invite Mr. Akhilesh Rathod, Associate Director, Career Services, NICMAR University, Pune, to accept the honor. We would now like to introduce our distinguished chief guest to all of you. Mr. Amol Sawan, who holds the dual distinction of serving as the Head of Education Services at Hindustan Construction Company and the Executive Director of NICMAR, operating at the critical intersection of industry and academia. Mr. Sawan brings a profound understanding of capability building, talent pipeline development, and the evolving skill requirements of the infrastructure sector. His unique vantage point allows him to actively bridge the gap between academic curriculums and practical, on-the-ground corporate execution. For HR leaders focused on continuous learning, future-proofing workforces, and nurturing the next generation of engineering and construction professionals, his insights into institutional capability building are incredibly timely and vital. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. We invite you to deliver your keynote address.
Distinguished HR leaders, corporate partners, faculty of NICMAR, honorable dais, my colleagues, students, good afternoon. As we draw this spectacular HR meet to close, a beautiful couplet comes to mind that perfectly captures the essence of your role as human resource leaders. नया कल गढ़ने को पुरानी राहें छोड़नी होगी, हौसले को पत्थरों से नई इमारतें जोड़नी होगी. We have spent a day discussing the blueprints, technology and industry disruptions. But we all know the fundamental truth of creep sector. You can have the most advanced BIM software, the fleet of autonomous drones, the $billions in capital, but the right human mind at the helm, it is all just a machinery. You all, the HR leaders in this room, are ultimate architects of our industry and its growth. You don't just recruit the manpower or the individual, you build the teams which effectively build the nation. Over the course of today's deliberation, you might have explored the pressing question: how do we develop a workforce capable of navigating an infrastructure landscape changing at the huge speed. At NICMAR, our entire existence is dedicated to answering that question for you: how to develop the workforce. Throughout the panels, today's panels, you must have heard the recurring theme of industry's talent needs. The modern built environment is no longer about just brick and mortar. It is defined by digital integration and aggressive risk mitigation and the massive push towards sustainability. As HR professional, your job has become exponentially harder. You are no longer just looking for civil engineer, but looking for a data fluent, a project manager. You aren't just recruiting a finance graduate. You're searching for someone who can navigate complex international contract terms and ESG compliances as well. The traditional academic conveyor belt has often left you with a massive unemployability, forcing your organizations to spend some months on the retraining the fresh recruits. NICMAR's core mission is to eliminate that retraining period, retraining budget entirely, handing you the professional who are plug and play from day one. That brings us a definition of unemployable talent, unemployable student. Our ancient wisdom reminds us of what true capability looks like. In Sanskrit, there is a profound shloka. Amantram ksharam nasti, nasti mula naushadam, ayogyaha purusho nasti, yojakastatra durlabha. There is no letter that cannot be a mantra. There is no root that cannot be a medicine. Likewise, no human resource is incapable. What is rare is a yojaka, the visionary coordinator who knows how to align that talent. At NICMAR, we view ourselves as yojaka. We take raw academic potential and shape into a next generation corporate asset. Our graduates walk into your organization already proficient of Primavera, MS Project, and the BEAM environment. They have spent their time analyzing actual case studies and project delays, material supply management disruptions, and contractual claims. They're employable because they speak the language of the boardroom and the language of the site. To ensure we keep supplying you the caliber of talent, NICMAR has undergone a massive philosophical evolution. As we embrace our era into full-fledged state-private universities, exemplified by our ultra-modern platinum-rated green campus at Pune and Hyderabad, the new thinking is directly aligned with your workforce strategies. What does this mean for you, for your talent pipeline? AI and tech integration, we are actively working on it. Radical specialization, multidisciplinary, sustainable specialization that we have worked out in our curriculum. Co-created education. Through our School of Executive Education, we have curated a curriculum to enforce the new capabilities into the current workforce as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this HR meet, let us remember that the workforce development is not a transaction. It is shared long-term partnership. As you prepare to return your respective corporate headquarters, I leave you with a final thought. सफर में धूप तो होगी, जो चल सके तो चलो, सभी है भीड़ में, तुम भी निकल सके तो चलो, किसी के वास्ते राहें कहाँ बदलती है, तुम्हारे हुनर से जमाना बदले, बदल सके तो चलो. NICMAR is committed to being your laboratory for the talent. We will continue to take the brightest minds, polish them with the sharpest skills, and instill in them the work ethic required by your legendary organization. Together, let us build the workforce that doesn't just manage the future, but actively designs and constructs it. Thank you once again for your invaluable insights today, and we look forward for welcoming you back to the campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening speech.
As we move towards the concluding segment of this evening, we are delighted to acknowledge the unwavering support and strong association that NICMAR University Pune shares with AGNI, our esteemed alumni association. Over the years, AGNI has played a vital role in strengthening the bond between the institution and its alumni community while continuously contributing to the growth and development of NICMAR University. The active engagement and guidance of our alumni have always been a source of inspiration for our students and the larger academic community. It is indeed a matter of pride to have us such a vibrant and committed alumni network, standing alongside us in all our endeavors.
May we now introduce our guest of honor and our proud alumnus, Mr. Balakrishnan, to all of you. Mr. Balakrishnan is a managing director and founding partner of RBS Architectural Design Consultancy and AGNI Steering Committee member. With an extensive expertise in architectural design, strategic planning, and the execution of transformative built environmental projects, as a visionary leader, he has been instrumental in shaping innovative architectural solutions that blend functionality, sustainability, and design excellence. With a distinguished career in the architecture and infrastructure domain, he brings valuable perspective on leadership, innovation, and evolving future of design and development, making him a fitting guest of honor for the occasion. Sir, it is a pleasure to have you with us today. We invite you to address the gathering.
Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Shakshat Param Brahm Tasmai Shri Gurve Namah. It gives me immense pleasure today to share this stage with Dr. Anil Agarwal sir. He was in 2000-2001, he was my teacher and I was a student. And sir, today it's my pride to share the stage with you. See, for a student, I think there's no other better day than this, than when you are standing along with your teacher. And being a NICMAR and NICMAR alumni, AGNI, we are coming to that stage where every NICMARian has come along with the college at every step. Starting for me, it's like 2001, 2002, from that day, from the, it's like 5 rooms to today's NICMAR University. We have seen the growth, and especially, Dr. Konar is here, Anil Agarwal sir, and other teachers, those who are connecting with us for every stage. We are so connected with the college that we don't feel apart. We are connected every day in, day out. Today's HR Summit, if I say that, I've been seeing from the, the morning, that it's towards how the students should be there, what all they should carry. I will try to conclude a few more points from international point of view. I'm based out of Dubai. So what international companies are looking for NICMARians? That point which I could see that also should be covered. So I would like to just enlighten some more points on that NICMARians are best fit in any stage, any part of the project, any company. It's not only construction. I think one prescription we all are carrying that NICMARians are only fit for construction. If you see today, NICMARians are in all other industries also. They are doing businesses. I have it, we know the people who are having the limousine business. They are into tour and travels. They are doing financial services, real estate. So construction is one, but there are other industries also which we NICMARians have started capturing, and especially in Middle East, if I talk, if I can very well confidently say, name any construction company, you will find a NICMARian there. And definitely at top level, we are seeing a huge amount of our people who are sitting there, which I was, I was discussing in the morning that we, during that 2001-2, when we were going to the company for the, placement, we were facing that struggle, that whom to approach. But today, all the the freshers, they have some alumni, somebody sitting in some part of the company. India definitely, any construction company, the top levels, if you see CXO people level, our NICMARians are there. But we are still, I just want to add some more point, like that we are still only for the project as a NICMAR. But that is not what we should be. Sir, end of the day, dhanda chalta hai paise se, as you know, and at the CXO level. The finance should be there. NICMARians are coming at the, technically they are strong, project management they are strong, construction management they are strong, they are fit in any department. But stuck to the project. We have to improve more on the financial part of it. That the company mein dhanda kahan se aayega? Why the CFOs become, the MDs and CEOs? Why? Because they manage the fund. End of the day, in one of the panel they were discussing that the owners are not from industry. They are not civil engineers, but they're still, running the companies. Because see, they want the business to run, and end of the day, it's a number game. So I strongly recommend that along with our curriculum, we have the financial is there, but still what covers under MBA for the finance point of view. So as an industry, what company needs at the end of the day? If a triangle, if the top of the triangle is finance. So we need to add that points to the, in the curriculum or in the last year, something that, so that they start the career with construction, but they grow till the top level with the numbers. So this is one area which we should add in that. Like if in Dubai, if you see, when you start a construction, any project, the NICMARians are fit in because the, let's say, architect is from Europe, the Chinese are there, the Koreans are there, Japanese are there. The communication is a strong part which is important. A lot of the engineering graduates or the postgraduates which comes from India especially, they struggle in communication, which NICMAR is superb. You are from NICMAR, you can definitely deal in with any communication. So that communication part becomes so strong that gives a, it gives a boost to everyone to adopt the NICMARians. One more point, NICMARians, I have a shortage of time, so that's why I'm trying to cover more points. That NICMARians jump a lot, the freshers. So, sir, the company like HCC, L&T, Shapoorji, Tata, we can make some list of the companies. Anybody join this company should not be allowed to leave the company for 2 years or 3 years. Because that minimum should be there. Because in Middle East, I strongly feel that issue, that NICMARians join, and within 6 months, they just cover the minimum 6 months period and they move to the company, which gives a bad impression for the another juniors. So, and that too, leaving the company like L&T and all that there, or Shapoorji. So this has to be there from even the college point of view, or we have to identify some of the companies that at least you are joining this A level of company, you should not leave minimum 2 years or that, so that at least that continuity is there. For some small profit, you should not leave. As a new Gen Zs, they keep on moving, or but it's not Gen Z, sir. It's a problem from from day one. Even for us, we were like we start moving from there. So this habit has to be improved. I don't want to take it as a negative, but it's one of the positive point which we have to improve, so that industry, because the company want the students, whoever joining them to continue. When they move, the next company will take, but that career becomes there. This, after 10 years, when they feel this, that, my experience is 10 years and I have already joined 5 companies, then they get that heat. So, which is, I think if we can, from the placement committee, if you can highlight that point to the, the joining cadet, you should stick with some company. Don't jump because of some money. I think that is also one point. If they carry, that will be very, good. And I think that should be the, point I will close. As a HR, those who are looking for, the NICMARians to hire, I strongly believe NICMARian is as good an IS officer. You put him in any department, any company, anywhere, he will succeed. So that is, I'm very confident. You pick up any NICMARian, give him a task, he will do. Whatever is the thing, he will give that solution to you. कैसे करेगा वो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है. Last moment पे करेगा, no problem, but he will do. So this is the best part, and that is the reason we are succeeding. So as a NICMARian, I strongly recommend give them a chance and give a target and rotate them in all the departments so that they grow at the top level later on. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful words, sir.
May we now introduce our guest of honor and our pride alumnus, Mr. Amit Mirazkar, to all of you. Mr. Amit Mirazkar is the consultant at Hosmac India Private Limited and Agni Steering Committee member with over 25 years of extensive experience spanning in India and Middle East. His vast expertise cover major sectors including healthcare infrastructure, premium hospitality, commercial real estate, and large-scale urban infrastructure. Over his distinguished career, he has driven strategic project execution for industry giants such as Reliance Retail, Hindustan Construction Company, and K. Raheja, making him a sought-after expert in solving complex project management and risk optimization challenges. Sir, it is a pleasure to have you with us today. We invite you to address the gathering.
Hi, thought-provoking, I said, insightful discourse or an immersive experience is what I been through since morning. You know, sitting on the other side of the stage with so many ideas, lot of innovative ideas from the panels, really learning experience. So good evening, everyone. I stand here as a very proud alumnus of NICMAR, and it's really a privilege to be here among all of you, and especially our teachers, Dr. Agarwal, who used to teach us concrete technology. You know, I still remember the days during his workshops. We actually built NICMAR. You know, we had a construction workshop where we used to have block making machines, and it was a practical sessions for us where we used to make blocks. And those blocks used to be used, you know, for some small works here and there because the whole campus was getting built over the years. This is what I'm saying is like around 20 years back, right? So we literally have seen it grown, and that is what a lot of people said, that hands-on experience. So this is one of the ways how NICMAR, you know, imparts hands-on knowledge to the people. After, say, almost a couple of decades, I again had a chance to be at one of the sessions. I met the professors. I got to know that they are building a separate building with a service floor. They're going to have only special services, MEP, say electrical, AC and all, for the students to see how practically services engineering is done in the college. Right? So this is something very innovative, and this is again in line with the vision of NICMAR, where it says, you know, that we impart hands-on knowledge to the students. So that is what has helped, you know, NICMAR to shape generation of leaders, not only across construction, infrastructure, you name the field, like BK just said, you know, they're like IS officers. And you put them in any field. You have tech fields, tech innovation fields. We've got very young entrepreneurs today who are doing great in the field of AI, you know, robotics, or having innovative solutions in the field of technology, which was not much, say, during our times, 20 years back. So these are the personal experiences I feel, you know. And along with the support we have from the institute, it's also the alumni association. We are lucky to, a few of us, you know, to make a community which is in touch with NICMAR so very closely, working so closely today, you know, and fortunate to have their support and guidance. And we have been able to establish like thousands of people, connecting them across the globe. You know, it's such a very, you can say it's a gold mine. You know, you have information at the tip of your fingertips today across the world, across continents. You know, even during very adverse conditions like today, you have got the war going on, or maybe there was COVID, you know, and we got to know what is happening across projects across India. It's just a phone call away. The company you name, you know, the field you name, you can just pick up the phone and call your fellow NICMARian, and then he'll be there for you, and you get real-time information. And that is validated information. It's not just, you know, gibberish. Today's theme, you said nation building. You know, rightly said, this is a very apt time and to have this. If you see the years, some say if you're 10 years, 15 years back, the construction boom, you know, you have got such big projects going on. You know, people take pride in the projects which are going on, whether it is the In Mumbai is the metro project, or the Central Vista in Delhi, the power of seeds, Statue of Unity, the Trans-Harbour Link here in Mumbai. A lot of smart cities coming up. It's become, nation building has become a pride. People take pride in the projects what India is doing. I remember my times when I was in the Middle East, we used to always wait for the next announcement of the project, the longest, the biggest, the highest, the Burj Khalifa. And this is the phase in India what we're having presently now. So this is the pride Indians are taking in the projects. And yeah, technology will definitely help getting these projects done, but ultimately everything matters and boils down to the people. And the HR is the function. I should not call it HR. This is like people-centric development of people, the talent. Yeah, this is what the world is moving to, and we should be there in some time, I feel. You can relate any project, the name, the metro project, you say you remember Mr. Sridharan, or the missile man of India, say the missile project, Abdul Kalam. So it always boils down to people. You can have technologies. We spoke about a lot of technologies today, digital twins, AI, drone surveys. Technologies will come, they'll evolve, and after some days they'll become obsolete. But what will not change is definitely the people who are managing it. We've also seen even HR as a function has adapted so much of AI. We're talking about agentic AI, what I got to know today, how it has been used to screening application, matching CVs with JDs, using chatbots to get feedback from the people, leaving the organizations, helping HR to improve their processes. Having avatars for having interviews, you don't have to have a person now interviewing people, but you have a digital avatar who takes interviews, something which is very innovative. Of course, there are very challenges, and they were spoken out very explicitly by the people who recruit, with such high attrition rates of almost 18% I hear in the industry today. The gap between skilled work and the demand for the candidates. A lot of mismatch between what are the expectations and the goals, reluctance of people to work on the site, lack of familiarity with the ground realities, and the latest Gen Z who wants a more work-life balance, which is prioritized, which is like climbed down to the topmost priority goals in their lives. So many points I gathered and I just jotted down. Processes to improve, having an ownership mindset. Grooming the candidates for the soft skills, using social media to attract. And to make Vaibhav Suryavanshis of the construction field. Having role models. The more we have, and then more we attract talent. Utilizing Reels, Instagram, to attract talent. It's very innovative ideas, and I'm great that people are talking about it. Some suggested education-based, research-based education in NICMAR, and definitely it's good to know that we have got so much of PhDs today in NICMAR, and a lot of research-based work is done. Agni in our form is also supporting this initiatives. As part of the alumni network, we are trying to set up a gratuity fund, and with the help of NICMAR, and we're trying to contribute in small ways, and then there are going to be awards for people who are going to excel in the field of research or innovative creations. And forums like this, where NICMAR is instrumental in bringing so much of eminent HR professionals together. What has happened is as ideas have emerged. A lot of thought-provoking things have been discussed. Really good forum, and I guess we learned a lot. Sitting on we are always on this side of the table, but then we got to know from the experts in the industry what is happening. Right, but we live on a very optimistic note, optimistic about direction in which our industry is going. Conversations we are having like this, sitting across the table, and about the next generation that will be transforming the industry to come. Right, so thank you very much. It's been a very learning day, and I hope everybody gained a lot. And very thankful for NICMAR to get people on this forum and have such more events in the future where everybody gets to learn a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We deeply appreciate the constant support extended by Agni towards the growth of the university and its students.
We now invite Mr. Vijay Nishandar, Assistant Director, Career Services, NICMAR University Pune, to propose a vote of thanks.
Distinguished chief guests, guest of honor, Vice Chancellor, esteemed panelists, respected dignitaries from industries, faculty members, students, and my colleagues. A very good evening to all. It's my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks on the successful conclusion of the second edition of HR Summit 2026, organized by NICMAR University Pune, on the theme HR 5.0 for nation building, shaping future-ready talent in the creep ecosystem. Today's summit at Taj the Trees has truly served as an enriching platform for those thought leadership, collaboration, and meaningful dialogues on the future of human resource within the construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management ecosystem. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to our esteemed chief guest of inaugural session, Mr. Amit Uplenchwar, and esteemed chief guest of concluding ceremony, Mr. Amol Chavan sir, for gracing the occasion and sharing valuable insight that inspired all of us. I would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our guest of honor, Dr. Jyotirmay Banerjee, for his encouraging presence and thought-provoking perspective on the evolving HR landscape. A special note of thanks to our distinguished dignitaries for the concluding ceremony, Mr. Balakrishna Singh, Mr. Amit Mirajkar, for their gracious presence and valuable contribution to today's summit. We also extend our sincere gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Anil Agrawal, sir, and Dean of Career Services and Alumni Relation, Dr. Jonathan Konir, sir, for their continuous encouragement and unwavering support in making this summit a grand success. Our heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed panel members who enriched the discussion with their expertise, industry experience, and forward-looking insight. For panel 1, we sincerely thank Ms. Reena Vijayanand, Mr. Prithviraj Ghosh, Mr. Ajay Pardeshi, Ms. Pooja Patil, and Mr. Ravinder Rao. For panel 2, we sincerely thank Mr. Apekshit Khare, Mr. Yayati Kene, Ms. Sushma Sharma, Ms. Chaitali Ganediwala, and Ms. Nita Shenge. Your valuable insights and perspective have added immense value to the summit and provided meaningful takeaways for all the participants. A sincere thank you to our moderators, Dr. Amit Hire and Dr. Rahul Deshpande, for conducting the panel discussions with excellence and ensuring engaging and insightful deliberations throughout the session. We also extend our gratitude to all the industry leaders, academicians, delegates, media representatives, and participants for your enthusiastic presence and active engagement throughout the day. I would like to thank my fellow colleagues and organizing team from the Career Services Department of NICMAR University Pune, especially Dr. Gautam Vikhe and Mr. Akhilesh Rathod, for their guidance, support, and relentless efforts in curating this impactful event. A special note of appreciation is extended to the entire organizing and support team from the Career Services Department, Mr. Ankush Kaul, Mr. Arshad Sheikh, Mr. Nikhil Mahajan, Ms. Neelam Verma, Ms. Vaishnavi Badime, Ms. Asmita Baram, and Ms. Pallavi Srivas, along with one of my colleagues who is sitting at NICMAR University Pune, Mr. Sandeep Pandey, and the NICMAR University team for their dedicated efforts, commitment, and invaluable support in ensuring the seamless execution of success of the summit. Our sincere appreciation also goes to the student volunteers, technical team, social media team, Mr. Lalit Chavan from photography team, and every individual working behind the scenes whose commitment and teamwork contributed significantly to the success of this event. Lastly, we extend our gratitude to Taj the Trees for their warm hospitality and excellent arrangements. As we conclude this summit, we hope that the discussion, insights, and collaboration initiated today will continue to shape innovative HR practices and contribute meaningfully towards nation building and future-ready talent development within the CREEP ecosystem. Thank you once again to everyone for being a part of this memorable and impactful event. Wishing you all a wonderful evening ahead and safe journey back home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With gratitude and warm regards, we conclude this memorable summit, hoping that the discussions and connections built here will continue to inspire future progress and innovation. Thank you all. We hope to see you again in the next edition of the HR Summit.
Thank you. We wish you a pleasant evening ahead.
Thank you.